Testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. Is this working? As is tradition, I'm not sure if my internet or OBS is functioning. Oh, Rant. Hello? Hello, hello? Is this working? Hey? Hey! Okay, we seem to be live. Excellent. Alright. Hey guys. Hi, Hapini. Conshare, it's working. Hey! Okay, so I did look at the VOD from last week, and Sumo Knight was right in that it was a little soft. So hopefully, I have fiddled around with my audio control, so it shouldn't be as soft now. Also, Funneless and Risk and Rise, thank you for becoming footstools over the past week. I saw the notification in the waiting room. And Clan, thank you for the 50. I won't make it live due to time zones, but I look forward to watching the VOD. You're very interesting to listen to. Keep up the good content. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to say. Omen, thank you for the 5. About to step into Smash convention. Guess it's VOD gang for me today. Hey, always nice to see a Smash enjoyer. Never been myself, but I do have plenty of friends who go, so. Tinklin, thank you for the 5. Tuition fees? Question mark. Very generous of you. Tuition, well, I mean, if you guys learned something useful, then I suppose I would have earned that title, yeah. But I really appreciate you just feeling generous enough to support me that way. The past week has been crazy. It honestly feels like an entire month has elapsed over the last 5 days alone. And we had so many indies over the past week having what I can only describe as meltdowns. So many questionable posts being made on Twitter, sometimes even on Twitch, YouTube, and it's been kind of sobering to watch. I don't know if you guys have seen, so the people who do follow me on Twitter, I recently posted a graphic on there. Let me see if I can pull it up now. But I really do feel like this is something that a lot of people, at least in talent agencies and stuff, should have drummed into their heads. Because this is like really basic like PR management. Sorry, give me a second to just create a new window capture. Alright. Let me just go on to Twitter. Alright, so. Yeah, this. When you are coming up with a tweet, when you are choosing to write a tweet, I feel like, depressingly, this is not something that a lot of people think about, where every tweet that you write is not designed to unfold like a conversation between you and one other person. It is designed to unfold like a jumping, where you just put something online and then other people come in at their discretion. So when you write a tweet, you always want to make sure that this is like, this is something that is designed to be said to a target audience. So naturally, if you're going to be writing something, if you're just writing it for yourself, you might as well just vent to a friend or write in a journal. Your Twitter is not your journal, even though a lot of people use it that way, even though it was, to some extent designed to act sort of like a blog, a personal blog. But in reality, the website is not designed for that, because anyone can just come in from the side and just, start going to town on you for whatever your personal opinion is, or based on even something as either what you've said or how you've said it. So you always need to make sure that you're aiming it at a target audience. And then, of course, you need to make a decision as to whether that target audience will listen to you or not. If that audience won't listen to you, then you might as well, like I said, just vent to a friend. Same thing, even if they do listen to you, are you okay with if people who are not that target audience see what you write? Because, again, Twitter is not designed for discrete conversations. Twitter is designed to show what you write to everyone who happens to look. And then only after making this decision can you go on to make, a proper decision as to how you want to present yourself as a brand, as a creator, as a person, etc. But yeah. Yuri today was a mess. Yeah, the whole everyone's PC's bricking. I was honestly surprised in the morning when I opened my laptop, which is a Windows, by the way, and I found that it wasn't bricked. So that was a welcome surprise. Oh, Alan, I also saw your email. So a lot of people have also been bringing up the recent thing that's been happening with Ike, I believe. Ike and Vtuber, with their respective spats with their audience, I suppose is the way I would put it. There is a write-up on Kurosanji about the whole Ike situation that I do think sums it up pretty well, where essentially what happened was one of Ike's fans was essentially like using Twitter to sort of blog out a fanfic between Ike and Vox, and as a result of that, Ike kind of just entered the replies, said that he wasn't really comfortable with this, and a lot of people realized when they were looking at this situation from the outside looking in, even though the fan did sort of cross a personal boundary for Ike, there was a better way that he could have addressed that, and it mostly revolved around not doing it on Twitter. And I think I want to briefly talk about how Vtuber handled a similar situation, because he also did it pretty recently, and he did it in a pretty good way, where if you ever have a situation where your fan base is, how do I say, crossing a boundary and you want to reinforce that boundary, it is far better to just have a stream or something dedicated to talking about that, addressed at your fans in general, than it is to call out one specific fan. Unless they do something very egregious, in which case it is then better to simply discreetly remove them from your fan base by banning them, muting them, whatever. But yeah, in general, you always want to make sure that you handle that in a way that doesn't single out people, if at all possible. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. Oh, okay. Tinkerlin, thank you for the 5. It's only if you run the CrowdStrike antivirus, so if you don't have it, you're in the clear. Microsoft included this virus effectively. I'm honestly surprised it took them this long to finally put their foot down on the fan base. Yeah, again, like I said, these are issues that tend to arise when you make a decision as a corporation to cater to perhaps the more extreme or the more fanatic members of your fan base. And again, it is still possible to handle it effectively. Vtuber did a pretty good job of that. It's just that, again, you need to make sure that you are able to handle it with a sense of professionalism as well, which unfortunately does require a level of PR training that I am not certain Niji will ever be able to give to its talents. They're kind of being put through multiple trials of fire, where their talents have to learn entirely on their own about how to handle and navigate these kinds of situations, because I very much doubt that management is giving them any support when it comes to this. Arif, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. Tinkerland, thank you for the 5. VTubers need to realize that most of the time we go to them to escape reality, bring us back into it, and we get out real fast. I get enough reality IRL. 100% agreed. However, there is a stipulation to that where I think it was Junie Smoothie, which was probably one of the best things to come out of the entire assassination debacle, where she raised a very good point about if you are going to talk about politics, you need to make sure that you've one, you've prepped yourself to talk about it, and two, you've prepped your audience. What happened with a lot of these indie creators is, well, I'll be completely honest, I kind of think that they let the mask slip a little bit, which is a very common phrase that other people have been saying as well. But they really dropped the ball on preparing their audience for stuff that was extreme, as they said, to come out of their mouths in that moment. And again, whether you think that stuff is too extreme is extreme to the point of, something that shouldn't be said at all, is a separate debate. Personally, I do think it was very extremist, and I don't think that belongs on a social platform. But again, regardless of your view on how extreme it was, whether it should be condemned purely on its extremity by itself, on its extremism on its own, it's still a bad look. And I don't understand why you would sabotage yourself by just throwing that out there, seemingly haphazardly. So, personal brand, they think they don't need professionalism, I guess. Yeah, and I view that as quite a bit of a problem, because I keep saying this over and over. On the internet, nobody is a person until they go offline. And while this is true of everyone in general, because the mediums we use, the platforms we use to talk to one another, they do not allow us to showcase our humanity. The problem is, though, when you are a creator, that effect is amplified. So you are not only it's not just that you're not a person, it's that you are basically an object. You are a persona that you shape and you use to entertain your audience. And when you say something that undermines that persona, that blasts a massive hole in that persona, you lose all your ability to, I guess, continue to communicate and connect with your audience, or at least a sizable chunk of your audience, which is why you never want to make the mistake of doing something like that. And this is why I feel like the idea of normalizing creators thinking about themselves and their online identities as a brand is something that you see a lot in the larger creators, but you see depressingly few smaller creators exercising that sort of approach towards content creation. The one Hapini, even admitting something political to that extent was going too far. Yeah, because it doesn't really matter what side of the political spectrum you're on. Wishing death upon someone, aside from just being like, I'm not gonna lie, kind of insane, it's never going to be a good look. Even if your sponsors don't drop you immediately over saying or implying something along those lines, you still don't want to do that, because it's not a great message to be putting out to your audience either. But yeah, the golden goose is dead. They killed it themselves. Speaking of golden geese that have been killed by their owners, give me a second to switch screens. All right, there we go. Hello. Give me. Oh, the allergies are getting me real bad today. But give me a second. I've transformed into a leaky faucet, so this should be fun. Anyways, so this stream is admittedly a little bit of a last minute one, because I saw something over the past week. It kind of pissed me off. And then I decided, okay, I'm going to give all of you guys a little bit of a crash course in how to critique journalism, how to dissect journalism. So hopefully I shouldn't say if, when journalists inevitably arrive on the VTubing scene, and when you get bad actors that are writing awful articles, you don't fall into the trap of critiquing the wrong things. Because one thing that, and if you watch Kirsha Verstal, she has been covering, the sort of decline of journalism prolifically over the last, I think a few years or something. Even if it's been like varying degrees of casual, she's ramped it up in terms of like, you know, how in depth she's taking journalism apart at the moment. But at least over the past few years, she's been routinely like bringing up articles, talking about them with her audience, and just immunizing them to reading news critically, which I think is a very valuable skill. And the thing about journalism, the thing about criticizing journalism, is you never want to attack journalists personally. You always want to critique their work. And the reason why you don't want to attack journalists personally is because everything, it's like that line that commonly gets dropped in American crime dramas. Everything you do and say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Except the court is public opinion, and journalists don't tell you before they do something. So, again, you want to make sure that you don't launch personal attacks when you're trying to critique journalism, that you always critique the journalism itself. So, before we get into the fun of critiquing the article that kicked off my desire to do this stream, we're going to need to understand a little bit of mechanics. People who've watched my stream before, you will know this, but to give you a little bit of a refresher, before a journalist even writes an article, they need to decide whether a story is worth writing about. And the way that they evaluate whether a story is worth writing about comes from a set of values that the story needs to have. Oh, shit. Hi, Proctor. White Foxy Love. Agreed. I saw your stream on the whole, like, Twitter melting down over the assassination. A welcome, refreshing take. Okay, so, and generally speaking, these values that determine whether an article gets written or not fall into 8 broad categories, and these are called news values. The first, impact, pretty self-explanatory, something or someone that affects the world at large, or even just affects multiple communities or multiple groups. Timeliness, pretty self-explanatory. If something happened recently, it is by proxy newsworthy. Prominence, something or someone that is renowned or infamous. Again, this is a really easy news value to tap into because all you need to do is write a story that rides on the coattails of someone with a large fan base or a large following. Because that way, you basically have a pre-established readership who might be interested in your article. Proximity, something that is immediately relevant or close to the reader in some way. Unusualness, again, pretty self-explanatory. It's just something you don't see every day. Conflict and controversy, anything that incites discussion and or disagreement. Human interest, celebrating humanity and human achievements. If there is a more, and these tend to be more sentimental stories, or stories that almost unfold like a sort of biopic, where your main focus is on exploring the life, the career, or just the thoughts of someone, and you're diving deep into how they came to be the way that they are, how they came to achieve what they did. And even though this might sound like the coziest, the cuddliest of possible news values, when you see a story pervert this value, it can get really bad, as we are going to see in a little bit. And finally, cultural currency. Trend chasing and popular topics. Basically, this is whatever people happen to be talking about a lot in the moment that it's happening. If there's anything in the, a word that people like to use is cultural zeitgeist that demands attention. This, funnily enough, that last value, cultural currency, this has been turned into an entire position in a lot of press agencies, where a lot of them will have what is called a quote-unquote culture reporter or culture writer. Their entire job is trend chasing, finding something that a lot of people are talking about online and then writing an article about it, regardless of how familiar they themselves might be with that particular topic. Trend chasers, or, well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Culture reporters are, more likely than not, going to be the first journalists or the first wave of journalists that end up taking a notable interest in VTubing when journalism as a whole, mainstream media as a whole, ends up turning its attention towards the industry. Proctor, you stream at 2 a.m., but the weather is so cold, wet, and miserable. I didn't have a reason to be up anyway. Global warming, my ass. It's kind of like that here in Oz as well. It is bitingly cold. So yeah. So, essentially, on July 10th, so exactly 10 days ago now for me, I saw this post on Twitter by Stephen Asark, a writer for an online newspaper, I should say, called Mashable. At Open Source, I met PirateSoftware and moderated a panel he was on. Afterward, we sat down for a chat about his rise to stardom and ferret farms. He's as charming off camera as he is on, thanks to Anna Rosavine for the edits, and linking to an article that he published on that day. Now, few things. One, the caption, pretty innocuous. If you just went off of the picture and the caption, you would assume that this is a human interest story, that this is going to be a story diving deep into who Thor is, how his career unfolded, what has he achieved as a person, as a streamer. But then you look down and you realize, for some reason, this article has a community note on it. And that is never a good sign when you're looking at something published by a journalist on Twitter. There is misrepresentation and unverified claims present in the article. Thor directly addresses the claim that he is a, quote, nepo baby, as the article states. And then it links down to one of Thor's replies below this tweet, which we will get to later on in the stream. But by the way, this community note is no longer on the post if you search it up yourself on Twitter. It has been removed. However, again, it is a little bit of a red flag when you look at a news article, realize that it is a human interest article, and you hear that the journalist has called the subject of that article a quote-unquote nepo baby. So, I went and actually read the article itself. Now, this is very important when you're analyzing anything written by a journalist, any news, any journalism, any article. And the way that I want to put it is this. There are two occupations in society where the person holding that occupation never, ever should be given any benefit of the doubt when you're looking at what they say. And those two occupations are politicians and journalists. The reason why I say that for journalists is because, and I say this as someone who has gone through media training, who has completed all the units that I have in my media degree to do with writing up, journalistic articles, to do with journalistic ethics. Everything you say, we are trained to pay very close attention to everything that we say and how we say it. Every implication, every connotation, all of that is included with intention. If you read a phrase and you think it makes it come off weird, or you think it implies that the journalist is, driving at something without outwardly saying it, chances are that journalist is. Because, like I said, we are always acutely aware of every possible way what we write can be interpreted. And on the off chance that the journalist themselves is not, that astute when it comes to the way that they write, their editor will be. So, let's just look at the headline and the tagline of this article. How streamer PirateSoftware gained nearly 2 million subs in 6 months. Lightning struck twice for the game dev streamer. So, based on just that article alone, based on just that headline and tagline alone, I want you guys to sort of think for a moment. Which of these news values do you think this article is trying to appeal to? I'm going to see what you guys put in chat, which ones you think match up with this. match made in hell, unexplainable disgust. Yeah. Prominent, actually, I'll give you guys a little bit of a tip. Prominence is pretty much guaranteed because they're talking about a large streamer. Culture, definitely. So culture, prominence are the two that are locked in immediately. However, the other ones are a little bit more interesting. Human interest, yeah. Again, how PirateSoftware gained nearly 2 months. Because again, it's talking about the fact that, you know, his career and stuff, right? Unusualness, prominence, human interest. Okay, good. So a lot of you guys are kind of, yeah, you're nailing the main news values that this story attempts to appeal to, which are these 4. Prominence, because PirateSoftware is a very famous streamer at this point. Unusualness, and the unusualness comes almost entirely from the tagline, lightning struck twice for the game dev streamer. Now, that particular line is important because the idea of lightning striking twice is a figure of speech. An idiom that refers to the act of getting lucky. So immediately, right off the bat, you might realize that the main thing that this is being sold on is the fact that the person who the article revolves around is famous, and the person is lucky to some extent. Human interest, a lot of you guys pointed that out as well, because again, this revolves around one person and their achievements. Cultural currency, trend chasing popular topics, because again, like I said, PirateSoftware has exploded in popularity over the past 6-7 months. Lord Wallington, conflict and controversy, not quite, and I'll get into why in a second. Ticklin, thank you for the 5. So if you see something that doesn't look good, it's either intentional or incompetence, and both reflect badly on the writer who is paid to write. Exactly. And here's the thing, right? There is no such thing as wrong. There is no such thing as, how do I say? There is no such thing as bad, well, how do I say this? Incompetent expression, I suppose. There is incompetent writing, there is incompetent research, but everything that is being said, every way that it's being expressed is intentional and designed. So with all of that in mind, right, that is the thing that I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we go through this article piece by piece. So the way that this opens, pretty obvious how it's like, you know, leaning on the prominence or cultural currency of PirateSoftware as a channel and Thor as a creator. For at least 12 hours a day, Jason Thor Hall streams on his PirateSoftware YouTube and Twitch channels. Tens of thousands of viewers flock to watch him play video games, talk about game development, or just share insights on his day. In just the past 6 months, the long-haired, deep-voiced creator, staring into his Elgato webcam, long flowing hair draped over his Blue Yeti microphone, has exploded in popularity, becoming one of the most subscribed channels on Twitch. So, very much so, leaning into the idea, this is a big creator, you are going to want to read this article because this creator is big, right? And again, this is an article that on its face is designed to appeal to people who watch Thor, people who have followed his career with great interest. However, that starts to fall apart when we move on to the next few sections, even the next paragraph down. So this is the first paragraph where they introduce who Thor is, like, you know, the first taste test of where Thor came from, right? His origins. This is where it starts to establish itself as a human interest story because, again, like I said, on its face, this is exactly what a human interest story would revolve around, telling the story of one person, where they came from, how they got to where they are, how they achieved what they did. And what they write here is, Hall's down-to-earth persona has been crafted over years in game development, following a path unlike any other streamer. When he was 16, he landed a dream job as a game tester at Blizzard Entertainment, which, before the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition by Microsoft for $68.7 billion, also funny how when they are pointing out, like, you know, Blizzard's controversies, they choose the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition instead of the, I don't know, employee harassment, the breast milk allegations. But yeah, go off, Queen. was considered one of the most respected companies in the video game industry. It helped that he was a Nepo baby, since his dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades at the industry titan since almost the very beginning. So again, it's never a good look when you're establishing that your story revolves around human interest and you immediately come out of the gate by calling the guy a Nepo baby. Basically, if you are going to be talking about someone's achievements as a person over the course of their career, the last thing you want to do is make it so that their achievements look like they are entirely attributable to somebody else. And, concerningly, as you read down this article, that starts to become a theme. But after around 6 months, Hall realized he just wasn't ready for corporate life. He acknowledged, "I was shit at it. I was completely awful." So he left to hone his skills in, quote, 3D modeling, texturing, and programming, earning his living in the underbelly of addicting 2000s games, running his own corporation in Spaceship/Spreadsheet Simulator EVE Online, and Real Estate Empire in Life Simulator Second Life. So, basically what they've done so far is establish that Thor did have a brief stint when he was 16 at Blizzard as a game tester. They attributed that position to nepotism, then said that he left after 6 months into that position to, quote, grind out in terms of, elevating his other skills, working on other skills. And the way that they talk about him, how do they describe the way that he works on those other skills? Instead of talking about his efforts in like game development, in terms of, instead of talking about like projects or side jobs or freelance work, they talk about him playing games, only playing games. So, and again, because Thor is a game developer, I understand that playing games is an important part of understanding how games work, understanding how you make games. However, when you only talk about this portion of his grinding, that can come off to a reader, especially one that isn't familiar with Thor or even with game development, as just fucking around. And then they go on. After 5 years of freelance grinding, Hall again applied to Blizzard and earned a job without his father's help. So already a little strange that you're kind of doubling down on saying, like, oh, his father had such a massive influence on where he got, etc., etc. And also, again, they bring up the fact that Thor has had 5 years of freelance grinding, but they never bothered to say what that grinding consisted of, beyond just the games that he was playing during the time that he spent freelancing. So, they do give a little bit of a brief resume, saying over the next 7 years he worked on blockbuster games like Overwatch and World of Warcraft before leaving again to expand his knowledge at Amazon Game Studio and then eventually hacking power plants at the United States Department of Energy, as he wrote on X, formerly Twitter. And these things link to tweets by Thor. So, again, just because it links to tweets is not a bad thing in and of itself. However, that points to the level of research that this journalist has done before writing this article being, if I'm being charitable, quite shallow. And again, this will become a recurring theme as we go on. So then they go on to expand on how Thor describes his own career progression. While working for The Man was a good way to grow a resume, Hall knew he wanted to develop his own games. In 2016, he published his first title as PirateSoftware, the toaster shooter Champions of Breakfast, created in just 24 days. Though it failed to garner much attention, it gave him the confidence to write, program, and develop Heartbound, an adventure about a boy and his dog that is as weird as it is cozy. In 2017, Heartbound was just a simple demo with a Kickstarter, but it managed to catch the attention of Sean Jacksepticeye McLaughlin, who played it for his 30 million YouTube subscribers. And again, like I said before, there is a bit of a theme going on here when it comes to attributing the successes of what Thor has done over the course of his career to larger figures, either his father when it comes to his relationship with Blizzard, or, in this case, Jacksepticeye when it comes to Heartbound taking off. And again, I'm not saying that Jacksepticeye didn't play a part in Heartbound's success. I'm not even saying that the part he played was minor. By all accounts, it probably would be quite massive, quite life-changing. However, it is not. It becomes a problem when this is the only thing that the journalist tends to show in the article and therefore attribute that success to. Hall saw the potential of influencers firsthand, as this initial push earned him and his team of developers nearly $20,000 in crowdfunding, 4 times what they had originally asked for. But that wave of success was a lot to handle, and Hall struggled when the hype slipped away, moving on to the next shiny indie. The first time we grew, we weren't ready, Hall said. I had no idea what to do. We lost the lightning in the bottle. When lightning strikes, you have to be able to catch it. You have to know how to manage all that out. You can kind of tell because, again, I'm assuming that if the journalist said that he met Thor at open source, they had like a talk or an interview. And you can tell, because this is something that journalists do, when we interview someone, when someone says something or uses a figure of speech, sometimes will latch onto that and use that to create the tagline or the headline of our article. You can tell that this was the exact sentence that gave birth to that tagline. When, again, Thor is talking about catching lightning in the bottle. Now, this is the important thing. That particular metaphor, lightning striking twice and catching lightning in a bottle, those two can mean very different things. Lightning striking twice just means you're lucky. Catching lightning in a bottle means you are competent enough to capitalize on that luck. Notice which one of those two the tagline went with. So, to go on. Hall knew that the next time virality struck, he was going to be ready. So if it ever happens again, we don't lose that opportunity. He started streaming himself, developing Heartbound in 2017 on Twitch to an audience of almost nobody, which he admitted was for the best since the streams were pretty bad. He created a Discord server in a way that's easy to manage and set up a moderation team. From 30,000 to 200 million views a month. This is the part that signals a bit of a pivot into, departing from human interest into unusualness. Because again, as this article likes to emphasize, this kind of growth is not normal. In 2013, YouTube pushed Shorts content heavily, and Hall thought it would be a good opportunity to capture important moments from the stream. That's when lightning struck twice, and there's the actual tagline of the article. Clips of him talking about developing a game engine, VPNs, and defending VTubers. By the way, I actually clicked on all of these links. The short that they're talking about when they say defending VTubers is actually quite the opposite, where he's making a joke about how if he ever wants to protect himself from VTubers, coming in to attack him, he just needs to surround his home with a moat of grass because they die instantly upon contact with grass. But anyways, starting to get millions of views. Large streamers took notice too. So yet again, this article is attributing that boost entirely to larger streamers, larger creators, larger figures. Hall went from 30,000 views a month in August 2023 to 200 million views in December, according to Social Blade. However, they have linked a specific thing in this particular sentence. Large streamers took notice too. And like I said, when I was reading through this article, I clicked on every link. And this link takes you to a video on Asmongold clips from November of 2023. Here's the funny part. In November of 2023, Asmongold clips posted 2 videos that featured Asmongold reacting to one of PirateSoftware's shorts. Now, one of these videos is titled Former Blizzard Engineer is a Legend. It has 1.4 million views, and it was published on the 7th of November 2023. The second one was titled No Fucking Way, with pretty much half that number of views, and published 2 days later. If this was all the information you had, and you knew that this was a human interest article documenting Thor's career progression, which of these two do you think that link takes you to? I want a 1 in the chat if you think it's this one, 2 in the chat if you think it's this one. Blizzard's legend is indeed formal. Before you say it, I think they linked to the lower viewed one. Okay. I'm guessing. Well, I mean, yeah, it's you can pretty much imply that based on what how I've set this up. But yeah. Okay, some people are typing 1, some people are typing 1, some people are typing 2. And I suspect that the people typing 2 would probably be doing so because, I mean, why would I pose this question in the first place if it wasn't 2? So again, if this was all the information you had, that might seem like a bit of an odd choice. Why would you go with the one that has half the number of views than the most viewed clip if both of them were posted in the same month, and only 2 days apart? However, the answer to that becomes a little bit clearer when you look at the thumbnails of the 2 clips. This one, which just shows Thor saying, "Blizzard wanted the names," and this one with "My dad is the WoW guy from South Park." So, like I said right at the beginning, calling Thor a Nepo baby in the first paragraph, well, sorry, not the first, the second paragraph of your article, not a good look. But what is even worse is when it's becoming very, very clear as we progress through this article that this is something that it was not a one-off gag, was not a one-off throwaway sentence. This is a theme that the writer is actively going out of his way to develop. So, again, and just to prove to you guys on stream that I'm not talking out of my ass, we're gonna have a little bit of a VOD check. I'm gonna go to this article, click on that link just to confirm that they haven't changed it, and what do you know? It is still the same clip. I'm gonna pause before YouTube shoots me between the eyes for playing something else on YouTube in my stream. But again, this is most definitely a thing that they are doing. So, devious on their part? Oh, I agree. So, going on. With this much momentum, Hall knew he had to keep going. Taking what he learned working in those virtual worlds, he started talking to business and money managers, gaining as much information as possible to do this the right way, Hall said. For example, his moderators, who scour his chat rooms and keep his community from getting messy. Again, it's this. In any other article, if this line just happened in isolation, I would assume, okay, it's kind of referencing how if you don't have moderation, your streams can get kind of chaotic. But here, it sounds like a dig at his audience. And again, when you are writing a human interest article, when you are as blatantly as you are attacking the subject of your article by dismissing their achievements, calling them a Nepo baby, doubling down on that particular moniker, you lose the goodwill required to simply dismiss a line like this. And again, perhaps it's even possible that this journo didn't intend for this to come off that mean, but as we'll get into later, the way that this article is written makes it so that it is all too easy to interpret it that way. Are all full-time employees with full medical benefits. They split the donations Hall receives on stream. Considering most online moderators, whether it's on Twitch, YouTube, Reddit, or Discord, are volunteers, Hall's take is fairly revolutionary. So, at this point, it's become very clear that the main thing that they are talking about is the fact that Thor has a very unusual way of conducting business, at least conducting business in a relative to the other creators that occupy the same sphere, Twitch, YouTube. They don't commonly pay their moderators, Thor does. And again, this is presented as a good thing because they include a quote by Thor explaining why that is so important, but it is still presented as unusual, foreign, something outside of the norm. The general standard of not paying your moderators, I think, is absurd, Hole said. I think that anytime you have someone that's helping you generate the content you have, they should have financial compensation in some way. That business-forward approach has already grown his indie game business. In June, Hall announced a partnership with live event production company Off-Brand, which was co-founded by Twitch streamer Ludwig Agren to publish indie titles as Off-Brand games. So, again, this time it's not really attributing the success to Ludwig, but there is a very interesting thing about how this article is about to describe how they met. And it is an omission that we're going to check later to see if you guys pick up on as well. So, again, the fact that you've stated this the fact that you've stated moderators who scour, the fact that you've phrased his community as a group of people who need scouring and you need people to intervene to stop them from getting messy kind of comes off a little mean-spirited. But anyways, when they go on to describe this particular circumstance in which Ludwig and Thor met, the first time I met Ludwig was at the Streamer Awards. He was wearing knee-high Crocs, Hall remembered. We started talking, and he said that they were forming a game publishing studio and asked if I was interested in it. Hall had been approached by multiple different publishing houses who shared the sentiment. We want you because you're the face of indie dev, but we're not listening to anything you say. Hall would give studios a test. He asked for a sample contract for a game of his they'd publish, and he'd give them feedback. While other studios balked at his redlining and wanted full rights to his content, Agren and his team agreed to his terms, and to only have a license that is not in perpetuity, but for the term of the contract. Jinbron, wait no ferret, don't worry, that comes later. So, they mention that Thor and Ludwig met at the Streamer Awards. But they don't say anything else about the way that they met, or even why Thor was at the Streamer Awards, which is quite interesting, as we'll get into later. Now, finally, this is the way that they choose to, finish the article. Outside of streaming dozens of hours, publishing games, sleeping 5 hours a night, Hall even managed to find time to create a ferret rescue in Washington state. So this is where they start, talking about the ferrets as a little bit of a... the way they make it sound is basically just a side project for PirateSoftware. We take in ferrets that are either injured or not taken care of or abandoned, Hall said. We rehabilitate them, keep them forever. You can watch over 50 ferrets on on the PirateSoftware Twitch channel, which is entirely funded by ad revenue. The rescue has been so successful that Hall is bringing on another 2 full-time employees. Notice how they say another without naming the one employee that is already there. Started researching cures for ferret cancer and will be building a facility that he claims will be the largest ferret rescue in the United States. So, people who have watched Thor content before, even if you've just watched his shorts, you probably know that Thor is not the only guardian of these ferrets. Right now, those ferrets are also being taken care of by Shay, who is the artist for PirateSoftware. Not only that, Shay has a very integral role to play in the care of these ferrets, because Shay has training as how did he put it? An exotic animal veterinary assistant. So again, a very integral role in maintaining this particular endeavor. But for some reason, Shay is entirely absent from all of this, despite the fact that, like I said, he's not only integral to PirateSoftware, he's also integral to PirateSoftware. But anyways, as to why a game dev streamer is running a ferret rescue, it's personal. While grinding away in game development, Hall adopted 2 ferrets that were used as laboratory animals and realized he wanted to save more. I'm just going to keep doing that, Hall said. It wasn't even a thing of I wanted to do this. It was just I'm doing it. So again, yeah, some people picked up on the fact that it said, he claims, right? He claims will be the largest ferret rescue, which does sound a little patronizing, does sound a little condescending. And again, like I said, it wouldn't read that way if the entire article beforehand revolved around downplaying his own achievements. But because of that, now using that word makes it sound very loaded. But anyways, again, I want to point out the fact that this is really doubling down not only on the sort of human interest aspect where it's talking about the endeavors that Thor has carried out, the goals that he has besides his career ones. It's also doubling down on how unusual this behavior is, going out of its way to say, well, the final quote is basically him just saying, look, I didn't do this because I want to. I did this because I decided to do it one day. It makes him sound eccentric, right? So, when it comes to really taking apart this article, because as we've gone through it, I've had several moments where I've stopped, pointed out that something's worded weirdly, pointed out that something's worded in a way that is patronizing, condescending, sometimes outright wrong. But how do you actually take apart the way that an article is written? Because, like I said, aside from that one sentence at the beginning of the article where they outright call him a Nepo baby, everything else has just been established through implication, through connotation. And the way that you critique that is by getting at one of the key mechanics of how an article like this is put together. And that is through something called framing. Again, this is something I've brought up multiple times in the past, but just to remind you guys, framing is the act of selectively drawing attention to certain aspects of a person or situation, especially when done at the cost of neglecting and or obscuring all others. Basically, this is how you can lie without actually lying. The way that you create a picture of someone, because you're writing an article, because you have a limit in terms of the length of it, you have to make decisions as a journalist, as a writer, as to what information you do or don't include. The problem arises when a journalist starts to consistently include only information that paints a very specific picture of whatever subject matter they are tackling. And as we pointing out as we went through the article, there are a few interesting things that the journalist keeps drawing attention to and a few interesting things that they omit in doing that. So, first part. They keep emphasizing that Thor's dad worked at Blizzard, right? That he was employed by Blizzard. Again, it helped he was a Nepo baby. His dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades there. Earned the job without his father's help. Large streamers took notice. So again, and when they say large streamers took notice, they're banking on people who actually click the link going to this particular video on Asmongold Clips, showing that, yet again, Thor's dad worked at Blizzard. So, however, in doing this, they've also omitted the contents of Thor's 5 years of freelance grinding at Blizzard and his numerous critiques of Blizzard's horrible work environment. So you'll notice that at the same time as they keep going ham on the idea that Thor worked at Blizzard because his dad worked at Blizzard, Thor's dad worked at Blizzard for 2 decades, etc., etc., they seem to keep pulling punches when it comes to elaborating on, one, what PirateSoftware did to get qualified to land a job in Blizzard in his own right, and 2, why he ended up leaving Blizzard. So, they talk about how he gamed in those 5 years of freelance grinding, but they never elaborate on the freelance grinding. But also, like I pointed out right at the beginning, when they talk about Blizzard's controversies, they don't talk about anything to do with the work environment. They don't talk about anything to do with the way that they mistreat their employees. They only talk about whatever the fuck this is, bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition, which, to be fair, are both significant controversies that are bad, but it's kind of weird to leave out the thing that ended up destroying Blizzard's reputation. So, yeah. And again, they could have linked to any number of clips when it comes to trying to contextualize their research of Thor, or trying to show off what research they did do, what little they did, of Thor and his career. And they wouldn't have to look that hard to find out that Thor has multiple clips, that there are multiple videos of him talking about how bad it was to work at Blizzard. How, I don't think this is an exaggeration based on what Thor himself has said, how traumatic it can be to work at Blizzard. So, again, already there is a little bit of a weird double standard where they're going ham on sort of like, downplaying Thor's achievements as a person, despite the fact that this is supposed to be a human interest story, and also that they're pulling punches when it comes to criticizing the massive corporate entity that essentially, clipped Thor's wings while he was still working there. The second thing, the role of more prominent creators in Thor's endeavors. Now, to be fair, there is a chance that they are only doing this to add more prominence as a news value to their story, because if you can name drop more large creators, technically you can argue that that would mean that your readership gets larger. However, you lose the luxury to do this when you go right out the gate trying to downplay the achievements of your subject, and this feeds into that theme. Heartbound succeeded because it caught the attention of Sean Jacksepticeye McLaughlin, and that is the only part they mention. Off-Brand was launched, co-founded by Ludwig Agren. Large streamers took notice, which is why his shorts started blowing up and they linked to Asmongold. So, in doing this, they also neglect the role of communities and other members of PirateSoftware in his success as well. So it's not just a thing where, the only people responsible for Thor's success is Thor himself, and larger creators that happen to give him clout or exposure or whatever. He has a community, or multiple communities, that have supported him and his work as well. He has other members of PirateSoftware that, are integral to the putting together of his projects and games. Daily Dose of Thor, fan-made, this channel. I believe the person behind it is called Sundered, who's recently been employed as an editor for Thor's main channel. So there is a video on that particular channel where Thor just talks about how integral the Brazilian community was to Heartbound's success, and how essentially all the fan work that was made by that community was irreplaceable in terms of skyrocketing its popularity in that particular region. And also, very importantly, as a form of motivation to keep doing what he's doing. So again, this is sure, Jacksepticeye reacting to your game is probably going to be massive for it, but a community expressing that amount of dedication, that amount of appreciation for your project is equally significant, I would argue. And yet there is no mention of this in the article. Same thing here. Shay is not only someone who is integral to, not only integral to the Ferret Sanctuary, but also to PirateSoftware, because he is their artist. And yet there is no mention of Shay either in the section where they talk about PirateSoftware, the organization, or where they talk about the Ferret Sanctuary. Again, really odd that when they talk about, the people who are involved in Thor's success besides Thor himself, they don't mention either community or collaborator, only larger creators. The next thing, the idea that Thor's community requires scouring and needing moderators to keep them from getting messy. Now, this is an example of a line which I think, to be fair, might not be malicious in its intention, but might read as malicious because something very important was cut from the first version of this article. And the thing that I suspect might have been cut is the fact that Thor's fanbase, his name for his fanbase, is literally the Goblins. When you take this into account, this line reads as being a lot less pointed, a lot less like a dig at Thor's community. Because again, if you take into account that community is called the Goblins, scouring, needing to keep them from getting messy, that makes sense. And if I were to be charitable to the journalist, maybe this is something that Thor brought up in conversation, telling them that his fan base is referred to as the Goblins, and then maybe there was a line in the original version of the article before it went live where that was included, but maybe the editor looked at that, decided it was irrelevant information, and cut it. But again, saying this without contextualizing it with this makes it sound really, really bad when you look at the way that the rest of the article is written. And again, I can't stress this enough. Any one of these things on its own probably would have been fine. But when you put all of it together, and when you take into account how deliberately, how intentionally everything is done in journalism, that's when you start getting into the weeds of, okay, this is not a journalist that is interested in properly representing the subject of this article. They've set out with an image of Thor in mind, and everything in the article is structured around sustaining that image, reinforcing that image. So, finally, Thor's unorthodox approach to conducting business in his respective fields and his ability to capitalize on momentum and sudden opportunities. Again, really, there are several points in this article where the writer takes a break to sort of point out, oh, look at what Thor's doing. It's working, but isn't it weird? Etc., etc., etc. Just pointing out the fact that, not only is his approach unconventional, but it seems to be facilitated a lot, in large part, by a few lucky breaks. And again, when they emphasize these particular points, they fail to mention, one of the things that I brought up was it's really weird that they mentioned that Thor only managed to found Off-Brand with Ludwig because they met and had a conversation at the Streamer Awards. But the thing is, they bring up that they had that conversation there, but they never bother to state that Thor was there because he won Best Software and Game Development at the Streamer Awards. Again, it's a pretty glaring hole in your reporting if you bring up that he was at the Streamer Awards, but you don't bother to bring up that he was there because he won something. And again, this is important to outlining his achievements because it shows that what he is doing is working. If you just present what he's doing as unconventional and you stop there in your reporting, what you've essentially done is isolate him as an oddity. You've alienated him as a streamer, as a person, by simply pointing at what he's doing, saying that it's weird, but not then elaborating that it's weird, but it's working. And again, this is, I would say, a pretty significant achievement. So, and again, I feel like I've said this ad nauseum during the stream at this point, but this is a human interest article. Why are you not including this achievement in such a significant part of your story? In Thor's story, at least in the way that you phrased it, where he founded Off-Brand Games because he was able to have a conversation at this particular event with another large streamer. So, at this point, when you put all of this together, all of the points of emphasis, all the things that are being framed as important, all the omissions that are being made in order to sustain that framing, what you get is that Thor in general is being represented as someone whose career rides more on the back of luck and nepotism than it does dedication and competence. And I don't think I'm being uncharitable in reading the article that way. Because, like I said, there are multiple points throughout the entirety of the article that go towards this particular framing. And what you get when you put all this together is that Thor is represented as an eccentric, lucky Nepo baby, rather than someone who managed to essentially, this is a comment that I see very often across a lot of his videos and shorts, basically someone that grinded out all of the side quests in life to get to where he is. So it really serves to undermine his achievements as a person, all under the guise of supposedly being a human interest story that tries to document how he got to where he got, why he is such a large sensation at the moment. It fails at capturing all of that because, and this is what I assume happened, this journalist had to write an article within a certain time frame. They realized that PirateSoftware was someone who was big and blowing up. They realized that they were going to be at an event that PirateSoftware was also attending. They went into that event with the intention, I'm going to write this article about this person, and I want to talk to them. Now, the reason why that journalist probably would have wanted to talk to PirateSoftware, we'll get into in a little bit, but what I assume happened is that this journalist had a preconceived notion of who Thor was in his head. And the way that the article is written, the way that the supposed quote-unquote interview with Thor was done, when they did end up talking and meeting in real life, was basically in one ear, out the other, and only served the purpose of, giving the journalist more material to reinforce whatever image they had of Thor in their head. So, again, this, if you actually pay attention, if you watched even a few shorts from Thor's channel, this image would not fly. But for some reason, this is the image that the article is trying to run with throughout its entirety. So, going on. Okay, so yeah, Tinkerlin, thank you for the 2. It's a hit piece pretending to be human interest. Exactly. Now, the reason why I wanted to wait until today to do this stream, even though the article was published 10 days ago, is because generally, when an article is, let's say, poorly written, when there are amendments, corrections to be issued to that article, they generally take a little bit of time to go live. And every newspaper has a corrections policy. Now, corrections in and of themselves are a little redundant because, unfortunately, no news article is written with the intention that it will be read twice. However, it is an important part of ensuring the integrity of your practice in general. So, Mashable, like any other news publication, has a corrections policy. Mashable makes every effort to correct errors. Grammar, spelling, style errors will be corrected in the text. If the error is factual, the correction will include an editor's acknowledgement at the bottom of the story. And, to be fair, in the 10 days that have elapsed, there has been a correction. Update, July 11, 2024, 8:23 a.m. EDT. This article was updated to correct an error about the Heartbound Kickstarter campaign. We regret the error. And that's it. That is the only amendment that has been made to this article as of today. And the reason why this is the only error that they technically need to make is because all that stuff that I was talking about, representing him as a Nepo baby, framing him as a Nepo baby, undermining his successes, painting him as an oddity, all of those things are not factual errors, at least not technically factual errors, because they are matters of opinion that have been roundabout presented to an audience through implication and connotation. And that is the problem. Because, like I said, this was not an article that was written in with good intentions. Which brings me to the intentions behind why this journalist even wanted to try and talk to PirateSoftware to begin with. Because PirateSoftware, Thor himself, did end up replying to that earlier post with this. We had a brief interview at a convention recently, and you asked me many questions about my career, life, and community. This article starts by declaring me as a Nepo baby and then tries to walk it back for the rest. My father's career had nothing to do with mine outside of a 6-month game tester internship when I was 16 that went nowhere. I spent 20 years in the industry and earned every minute of it. Needless behavior. There is one part of this tweet that I disagree with. Needless behavior. Because unfortunately, this is a standard of journalism that is both incentivized and commonly practiced in the industry, particularly in games journalism. Now, when Thor is, clarifying that they did actually end up having an interview at Open Source, the reason why that is notable is because in doing that, this journalist has fulfilled something called the right of reply. Now, basically what the right of reply is that if you write an article about a person, a subject, or, a figure, a corporation, whatever, as long as you're writing the article about something or someone else, you technically need to be able to give that someone or something the ability to respond to your story before it gets written. You need to be able to say that I reached out to them, I talked to them, I interacted with them, and therefore, everything I've written is with that taking that into account. The problem is when you misuse that interaction to appear like you are fulfilling the right of reply without actually doing that. That's why I brought up the idea that this journalist seems to have walked into that interaction and walked into writing this article with a preconceived notion of who Thor is in mind. Because the problem is, you don't really win when you are the subject of a hit piece. Because even if they do end up fulfilling your right of reply, even if they reach out to you, you have two options as the subject of that article. One, you decline to comment, in which case they just include in the article that so-and-so declined to comment and say that you declined your right to reply. Or you accept it and your words, your interview, your interaction is taken as a tacit endorsement of whatever gets written anyways. So I talked to blank, and so I already did my due diligence. This is basically just using the right of reply as a checkbox that you tick off, with the assumption being that since you did that, since you interacted with the subject of your piece before it got written, supposedly everything you've now written is with the right of reply already being fulfilled. This is part of the reason why bad journalistic practices, bad journalism like this, is so problematic. Because someone who has been burned by being put on the receiving end of this is probably not going to be very willing to talk to journalists again. I can't overstate how damaging behavior like this is to the integrity of journalism as a whole. Because with this being the case, and unfortunately this is depressingly common of a practice, people just don't want to talk to journalists. So it becomes a lot more common where a journalist will reach out to an organization or an individual, they won't receive a reply, and then they'll just go with this instead of, trying to assure them that they will not have their words misused and that they will not be misrepresented. Unfortunately, that kind of reassurance will probably ring hollow, especially after something like this has happened to you. But again, like I said, this is a very unethical use of something that is supposed to, at least on paper, regulate the practices of journalism. I'm going to take a little bit of a water break, so if you have any drinks lying around, take one as well. I can feel my voice getting a little scratchy already. This is why, right here. I wonder why. Yeah, exactly. So again, like when a journalist pulls this kind of shit on you, it's no wonder that journalism as a whole has a horrible reputation. Even leaving aside the fact that the article is like dog water quality. Ugh. Yeesh, shake my head. Yeah. This is just game journalism, isn't it? I played part of the tutorial. I've done my due diligence. Yeah, actually, that's a really good comparison, A2. Yeah, this is essentially the equivalent of I played the tutorial, therefore I'm qualified to comment on the entire game. Because, and this is something that I will be elaborating on later, journalism, the business structure of journalism, does not incentivize proper research because in any story nowadays, the most significant news value is now timeliness. So regardless of whether timeliness is intended to be part of the core news values behind the motivations of writing a story, the way that you execute a story, the way that you write it up, pump it out, timeliness is of the essence there, because these journalists have deadlines to fulfill. They have quotas they need to meet. And if they don't meet those quotas, if they don't meet those deadlines, if they don't crank out a certain amount of articles on a certain amount of topics within a certain amount of time, they get fired. So this isn't exactly a business model that is designed to reward integrity and proper research. Unfortunately, that also means that garbage like this article floats to the top. So, when I talk about this being unethical journalism, one thing that I also want you guys to be able to critique, aside from, being able to identify specific uses of framing, aside from being able to identify what news values a story proclaims to have, I also want you to be able to understand where the ethics of journalism actually come from. And I'm going to give you guys the information that was taught to me when I did my ethics course. There are two main ethical schools of thought, I suppose, two main ethical guidelines, frameworks, etc., that go into informing the ethics of journalism. Those are virtue ethics, which is basically the idea of trying to embody good traits yourself when you are practicing your craft. The idea that, if you are a good practitioner, that also requires that you are a good person. And deontological ethics. Deontological is basically, think of it as a more complex word for duty ethics. And this ethical framework revolves around the idea that as rational beings, as beings capable of critical thought, we have a duty to adhere to certain principles that are universally applicable, universally sustained. So, an example of a universal principle, and this is the idea that something is going to be morally righteous regardless of which context, which people, which time period you're talking about. One of these universal principles, according to deontological ethics, is the idea that truth-telling is important. Truth-telling is always the right thing to do. So, to elaborate a little bit further on virtue ethics, a large part of this derives from a concept called the golden mean, which was brought up by Greek philosopher Aristotle. Basically, two premises. One, the idea that ethical conduct revolves around moderation, right? You must seek and exercise moderation in your behavior, in what you say, in what you do. And the idea that, contrastingly, if ethical conduct means moderation, unethical conduct means extremism, right? The second premise is that it is up to individual practitioners to embody virtues in their own behavior. Now, like with any ethical framework, this one has holes, this one has weaknesses. And one of the most glaring weaknesses of this is the fact that it is up to the individual practitioner to dictate what moderation means. It is up to the individual practitioner to embody the virtues that are supposed to guide their work. And the reason why that is a problem is because when those individuals do not align with one another, when those individuals do not have a standard way of, behaving in an ethical manner, they don't have a single consistent ethical standard, what you can do is give rise to something that called an adhocracy, where everything is defined on a case-by-case basis, that there is no unity, there is no standard that is consistent enough to justify the actions of an entire industry. And journalism is an industry, which is why, like I said, even though on paper the idea of moderation being a good moral, a good a good indicator on your moral compass, like on paper that sounds fine, the fact that every person needs to decide that for themselves is kind of where it starts getting in the way of things. To give you a little bit more clarification on what I mean by avoiding extremism, basically, to apply the golden mean in a specific context, it's arguing that in any particular practice, any particular sort of behavior or the way that you do your business, there are two extremes that could happen in terms of the way that you carry out your task. In journalism, this could be an example of how engaging your journalism is, right? The two extremes in this case are unengaging journalism, where you concentrate too much on just presenting information, but you don't bother making it look interesting or relevant to your audience. And on the other end, you have sensationalism, where you betray your loyalty to telling the truth in order to make it seem very relevant, very interesting to your audience. Again, both of these extremes are unethical. And truly ethical conduct, according to this particular framework, lies in the middle, seeking moderation between these two extremes, right? Where you don't go all the way into sensationalism, right? You still value the interest and, relevance of the topic to your audience, but you still maintain your loyalty to telling the truth. And there are a lot of other particular two sort of double-sided extremes and how do I say, different scales upon which this particular thing can be seen, right? For example, you can have apathetic rhetoric versus incendiary rhetoric. Again, you don't want to be apathetic because it makes your readers disengage with what you say, and what you say could be important. But at the same time, you don't want to be incendiary in your rhetoric, because when you do that, your journalism becomes more in line with propaganda than actual journalism. And again, unfortunately, nowadays, if you actually watch the news, it tends to fall into closer to the extremes than it does to the middle. But on paper, at least, that is the way that particular ethical framework is supposed to be sustained. Now, with deontological ethics, it's basically revolving around the idea that you should fulfill your duty not because there is any tangible reward, but because that duty in and of itself is important to sustaining the integrity of you as a person and sustaining the integrity of your craft. So, two initial premises with deontological ethics as well. First premise, there are universal principles and universal sins that transcend context. Just as there are some things that are universally good, like, commitment to telling the truth, like making sure that other people know, like, they have knowledge about what's going on in the world, there are universal sins, things that are always bad, regardless of context. Things like, dishonesty, exploitation, cheating, malice, all of those things, right? And again, that is arguably a little bit of a hole in this particular ethical framework, because you can make the argument that, truth-telling, while on paper it sounds like the right thing to do, there might be certain situations where truth-telling or a specific way of telling the truth is not optimal in that moment. But again, if you're just using this as an ethical guideline, especially when you're applying it to journalism, I'd say telling the truth as a fundamental ethic, as a fundamental universal principle, I'd say that's pretty important, and I think that deserves to be there. The second premise of deontological ethics is the idea that rational beings have an inherent duty to hold themselves to these universal principles and abstain from these universal sins. Again, basically, because we are capable of critical thought, because we are people, we have a duty, not a duty that has been given to us by a higher power or given to us by someone else, or not because we're being paid to do it, but because as rational beings, we just have an inherent duty to exercise our critical thinking in order to ensure that our behavior lines up with these universal principles and stays away from these universal sins. And again, this assumes that we all have, essentially, one of the greatest weaknesses of deontological ethics is agreeing on what these universal principles and universal sins actually are. So, very understandably, different societies will have different standards for what is a virtue, what is a sin. And when you're trying to talk about journalism, because it is an industry that is supposed to span multiple cultures, multiple countries, multiple societies, that can become an issue for establishing, what kind of principles, what kind of sins go into dictating how journalism works in a particular context. Tinglin, thank you for the 2. There can be altruistic lies and malicious truths. Yeah. Although, what I think you will find is that that is a little misleading, even though I understand what you're saying, because altruistic lies and malicious truths have more to do with, I would argue, the way you deliver that information than the information itself. And altruistic lies are almost always lies of omission rather than you setting out to deceive someone, I would say. So, yeah. Telling the truth does not mean you can smack talk others. Exactly. It's about how you deliver the truth just as much as it is about actually telling the truth. So, to elaborate on what some of these universal values are when it comes to journalism, there's truth-telling, there's advocacy or concern for the weak, the idea that when someone is disadvantaged or someone is injured, put down upon, etc., that you actually have some form of concern, that you will try to amplify their voice in some way if they can't make themselves heard. And again, this is a virtue that journalism proclaims to have, but as we'll get into in a little bit, I don't think this is a virtue they have anymore. Protecting your fellows from harm. Pretty universal value, integral to the survival of humanity as a species. Also kind of lost on journalism. Universal sins. Deception. Cheating and apathy, exploitation and malice, all of these revolve around a sort of inversion of these particular virtues, right? Where instead of actually caring for the weak, you exploit them, or you are indifferent to their suffering. When instead of protecting your fellows from harm, you seek to do harm unto them with whatever it is your craft is or whatever it is you're doing. And the way that these particular ethical frameworks manifest in journalism, because of the fact that these frameworks, like I said, have holes, because of the fact that journalism is an industry that spans multiple different cultures, multiple different societies, multiple different communities and groups, essentially what needs to happen is that in every country, the journalists of that country at some point in history have needed to get together and come up with a specific document that goes into more detail in outlining what particular ethical commitments journalists in that country will have. Every country has at least one or two different committees, different groups that are committed to putting up a document that's supposed to outline the ethical standards of journalism. Now, in America, there are two that I want to draw your attention to in particular. The first is the American Press Association and their accompanying document, The Principles of Journalism. And I want to go through that now with you guys, just to give you a little bit of a rundown on how it's supposed to work. Let me just make sure that you guys can actually read this. Okay, yep, you can. All right, so The Principles of Journalism. Basically, an organization administered by the PEJ, which means the something around. Let me remind myself, the professional. I don't know, something journalists. Committee of Concerned Journalists began a national conversation among citizens and news people to identify and clarify the principles that underlie journalism. Now, the most important thing here is the statement of purpose. The purpose of journalism is to provide citizens with accurate and reliable information they need to function in a free society. This encompasses three main roles: being entertaining, serving as a watchdog, and offering voice to the voiceless. Now, again, in these particular values, in this particular commitment, you can start to see the elements of deontological ethics and virtue ethics coming across in the way that this is being written. Now, what does this have to do with the article that we just talked about when it comes to, just some random guy writing about PirateSoftware? The reason why an article like that is still important, even when you're considering, the overarching purposes like this, is because even if an article looks like it's really niche in terms of the topic it's discussing, even if it's only discussing one creator, there are standards that need to be fulfilled in order for that journalism to reinforce the integrity of the industry as a whole instead of undermine it. And unfortunately, that article undermined it because it failed to provide accurate and reliable information. Even if, again, that information that was presented in that article wasn't really it's not integral to running your society. But it's still important to preserve that feeling of accuracy, because journalism is only as useful as much as it can be trusted. And things like that undermine the ability of the public to trust in journalism. Now, again, going through these values in more specific detail, journalism's first obligation is to the truth, a fair and reliable account of their meaning, valid for now, subject to further investigation. Journalists should be transparent as possible about the sources and methods they use so that the audience can make their own assessment of the information. Again, journalists are not there to tell you what to think. They are there to give you information and tell you how they arrived at that information so you can decide for yourself. Accuracy is the foundation upon which everything else is built. Context, interpretation, comment, criticism, analysis, and debate. The truth over time emerges from this forum. Again, journalism needs to tell the truth. And the moment the public starts viewing journalists as people incapable of telling the truth, as people who are not interested in telling the truth, that's when journalism starts to collapse. The second thing, its first loyalty is to citizens. Journalism is not there to act as a vehicle for the journalists to express their own opinions, thoughts, and agendas. Fundamentally, and this is baked into the core of the ethics of journalism, journalism is there for the readers, for the citizens. When you write an article, therefore, you should try as much as possible to make it so that it is both interesting to your reader and useful to your reader. Because if you don't have a readership, your journalism loses all of its purpose, all of its reason for existing. So, again, while news organizations answer to many constituencies, including advertisers and shareholders, So again, the financial interests that keep these publications running, the journalists in those organizations must maintain allegiance to citizens and the larger public interest above any other if they are to provide news without fear or favor. What this essentially means is that you have sponsors, you have people who pay you, but at the end of the day, your first duty is to your readers, making sure that your readers have correct, accurate information that they understand is that they find interesting and that they understand is relevant to them. If you don't do that, if you stop prioritizing your advertisers and shareholders, your financial interests over doing your job, you fail as a journalist. This is why sensationalism is so awful, because sensationalism banks more on profiting off of the initial injection of interest that you might get with a particularly provocative headline or particularly controversial take on things or particularly extremist view that you express through your journalism, at the cost of compromising the thing that makes it journalism, the commitment to, like I keep saying, telling the truth to your readers. So, again, the reason why, so in the example that I previously gave, right? So in this particular chart, where is it? Now, the reason why both of these, now you might be tempted upon reading that particular part of that ethical outline, you might be tempted to think that sensationalism is worse than unengaging journalism. And to some people, it might be. However, fundamentally, the reason why both of these are considered extremes, albeit on opposite sides, is because both of these ultimately have the same effect on journalism as a whole, which is that people stop engaging with it. People stop reading it. People stop trusting it as a source of information. Because just as sensationalism fails to ensure accuracy in the information that is, carried across to your audience, just as it conveys a sense of cynicism that makes your audience disengage from what you have to say, unengaging journalism does the same thing, even if it might do it in, ironically, unengaging journalism falls off quicker than sensationalism, but both of them ultimately fall off. Because again, when the journalism is unengaging, people don't read it. And at the end of the day, when people stop reading your work as a journalist, you have failed as a journalist. The gulf between theory and practice is painful. Yeah, welcome to how I felt doing this. Doing this in university, learning about this for the first time. Why do you think I'm so black-pilled about journalism and media as a whole? I'm essentially sharing my occupational illness with you guys. So anyways, commitment to citizens also means journalism should present a representative picture of all constituent groups in society. Ignoring certain citizens has the effect of disenfranchising them. This is very relevant to games journalism, because games journalism has unfortunately set out with the goal of alienating gamers as a whole, and we will get to a few specific examples of that. But again, if you ignore certain citizens, you disenfranchise them. You take away their voice, you take away their representation, and more importantly to you, you remove all interest they might possibly have in you, your writing, your work, your journalism. So, theory underlying modern news industry has been belief that credibility builds a broad and loyal audience, that economic success follows in return. Basically, if you want to make money as a journalist, if you want to make money over a sustained period of time, you need readers who will actually trust you. Sure, if you go with sensationalism, and you could sustain that for a few years, but you won't be able to sustain that forever. And the drop-off will likely occur way earlier than you predict. So anyways, the next ethical point. The essence of journalism is a discipline of verification. Journalists rely on professional discipline of verifying information. The concept of objectivity originally evolved. It did not imply that journalists are free of bias. Rather, it called for a consistent method of testing information, a transparent approach to evidence, precisely so that personal and cultural biases would not undermine the accuracy of their work. Again, this particular point does not mean that all journalists need to be free of bias. Again, everyone has their own bias. It just means that journalists need to be able to make their they need to be able to inoculate their audience against those biases in as many ways as possible. You need to, again, the reason why transparency is so important is because that is the way that you ensure that your audience is equipped with all the tools that they need in order to themselves take your bias out of your work. Because no journalist will succeed in removing all of that bias themselves to some extent. That is why we have editors. But again, in the article we just looked at, it was painfully obvious of how that was written in a biased manner by a writer that did not bother to do this, that did not bother to remove their own biases from their work at all. And you can argue that they tried to provide the audience with a way of, with transparency by linking to certain things, linking to certain videos, posts, whatever, upon which those claims are drawn. However, unfortunately, those links in and of themselves are painfully representative of their bias. Like I said before, they had the chance to present a bit of a... So in terms of all the things they could have done instead of what they did, right? Let's say, for example, we go with the example of when they linked to larger streamers, right? When they were trying to sort of give their audience a picture of how PirateSoftware became as big as he did. What they could have done, instead of just linking to that particular clip from Asmongold Clips, they could have made their own playlist on YouTube with both of those clips from November in it, and then linked that to their audience. Yeah, that would have required more effort, but it would have been worth it, because that is proper representation. That is consistent representation. Not like whatever the fuck they did then, when all they were interested in is the part where, PirateSoftware's dad worked at Blizzard, and nothing else. So anyway, seeking out multiple witnesses, disclosing as much as possible about sources, or asking for various sides for comment. Again, all of these things are important to showing your audience, not trying to remove all of your bias from a story, but signposting to your audience that the bias is there and giving them the chance to form their own opinion, which is something that journalists this is something that's painfully underrepresented in contemporary journalism, especially in games journalism. Fourth, and this is something that is also painfully rare in games journalism, its practitioners must maintain independence from those they cover. So if you are a games journalism publication, it's probably a bad idea that your reporting relies on early access in order to work. And we'll get into the reason why that's such a prevalent problem. Because, like I said before, if all of journalism revolves around timeliness as a central concern, journalists are then incentivized, because of profits, because of how short attention spans are, to want early access. Because early access means more profit. Because timeliness is a virtue. But unfortunately, that early access creates a dynamic where journalists and publications are now dependent on the same things, the same organizations, the same games, publications, whatever, that they are covering. They have removed their ability to report independently of the thing that they are on paper supposed to be evaluating. That is why the accuracy of game reviews, especially game reviews based off of early access, have fallen off of a cliff. Or at least, well, that's not the only reason, but that is a massive reason why the public has now been given widespread reason, or for the most part, has completely disengaged with all of game reviews that come from official publications. Now, I would trust a Seth Seentak video, or a Maxor video, or a Russian Badger video over, or literally any other YouTube essayist over Kotaku, IGN, or The Gamer when it comes to giving me an accurate review of what it's like to play a game. So, again, you can kind of pick up on a bit of a depressing trend, and this is something that this has been bugging me for years now, where journalism has slowly had all of its, like, all of the ethics that are supposed to govern what they do, what they write, bought out by other parties, which is why now it seems to be so devoid of, the things that were supposed to define it as journalism. Fifth, and this ties into the fourth one, journalism must serve as an independent monitor of power. Now, again, ideally, journalism would not function the same way as propaganda, because journalists are supposed to be there to investigate claims, to monitor politicians, corporations, etc., etc., to tell the public when they are being deceived, when they are being misled, when they are being exploited. On paper, that is what journalism is supposed to do. But again, like I said, for all the reasons that I talked about just then, that I ranted about just then, journalism is completely dropping the ball on this particular ethical principle, and they haven't been doing this for a while now. As journalists, we have an obligation to protect this watchdog freedom by not demeaning it in frivolous use or exploiting it for commercial gain. This is very important because when you misuse your position as a journalist, when you don't show that you have a commitment to accurate representation, to telling the truth, when you instead use your position as a journalist as an excuse to make money off of engagement, eyeballs, advertisers, you lose your ability to serve as a credible monitor of power because the public doesn't trust you to do that anymore. If the public doesn't even trust you to tell the truth, how the fuck are you supposed to do your job as a watchdog? Tinklin, thank you for the 10. What's your take on Singapore's "I can't trust journalists, it's all propaganda, you're smart, go figure it out yourselves" approach? Everyone here knows that news is just a government mouthpiece. My take on that is that it is depressing, but it is unfortunately necessary. Because in the West, it's no different. Except instead of governments, or actually, well, I shouldn't say no different, because there is a small subsection that it is like, it does line up with Singapore, where there are unfortunately news publications that function as government propaganda, although we'll get into the reasons why, because I don't think it is like, it's not exactly the same in that I don't think it's directly government controlled, but rather controlled by business interests instead. So journalism in the West has the same problem, except instead of being directly controlled by government power, it's being controlled by the forces of like profit, essentially. And when that happens, you get the same outcome. A lot of people in the West, they've given up on mainstream journalism. The only time it's useful to them is when there's a natural disaster, or when there's something like, like a typhoon or a bushfire, or like, a power outage or whatever. That is the only time people actually trust journalists to tell the truth. Because for the most part, it's kind of impossible to misrepresent a bushfire when it's like, riding up to the edges of your city. But aside from that, people have pretty much entirely disengaged from mainstream journalism. And as a media student, I view that as a problem. But I view it as a problem that people, your everyday person, can't really solve. On one hand, it is like, on one hand, you might be able to make the argument that it is like a kind of a good thing because it trains people to critically think, find information for themselves, and not trust mainstream journalism. But unfortunately, mainstream journalism still has an audience, and that audience will be disincentivized to actually learn how to think for themselves, which is why you get journalism that lines up more with propaganda, that functions more like propaganda than it does actual journalism. And that is always going to be a problem, because what that does is it amplifies all the worst aspects of, rhetoric, politics, of, even just general media practices in general. Is it possible to misrepresent a bushfire media? Is that a challenge? Yeah. So, and again, like from the perspective of an Australian, the last time I think the entire country actually paid attention and valued what journalists were doing was Black Summer, when our entire country was on fire. I think that was the only time everyone in the country unanimously agreed that journalism was actually useful, that the news was worth watching, worth listening to. And that was just because it was covering a natural disaster of a magnitude that we had never seen before. But aside from that, journalism in Australia is a joke. Well, journalism in America is... mainstream journalism is also kind of a joke. But, like I said, there's not really much that your average citizen can do about that, besides learning how to critically evaluate journalism themselves, which is what I'm trying to give to you guys. Anyways, moving on. So a bunch of these other points are, like, again, very similar to do with the overall idea of moderation, right? Seeking balance in your journalism. You must provide a forum for public criticism and compromise, right? You can't just be saying whatever without any room for criticism, without any mechanic or any particular function that allows your readers to tell you when you've got something wrong, when you did something wrong, etc., etc. When, the problem is nowadays journalists tend to use Twitter as the forum for public criticism and compromise, which is, a really stupid decision, because Twitter is, well, Twitter. It is designed as a platform that encourages controversy more than anything else. And again, when you use that as your forum, your criticism and compromise becomes really, really bad. So again, you can kind of see how this is lost on contemporary journalism. It must strive to make the significant interesting and relevant. This is a very big problem when it comes to games journalism, because you can tell that most of the articles that are being written are not written for a specific audience in mind, or they seem to be written for the journalist and other people like the journalist. And the problem is, while it doesn't matter how significant what they're writing about is, if it's not interesting, if it's not relevant to a wider readership, it doesn't matter. It's completely devoid of meaning and function. Same thing, it must keep the news comprehensive and proportional. All of this revolves around the central idea that you as a journalist write for your readers. You do not write for yourself. That is what a journalist is for. When you write, when you put pen to paper, when you write with the intention of publishing what you say, you are supposed to go into that with the mindset of, I'm doing this for my readers. So, anyways, the practitioners must be allowed to exercise their personal conscience. Again, encouraging individuals to speak their minds. Intellectual diversity. Now, this is a form of diversity that I think is grossly underrepresented in both the media and, corporate hiring practices. Everyone likes to talk about diversity, right? Racial diversity, cultural diversity, gender diversity, diversity in sexuality, whatever. But no one talks about intellectual diversity. The ability to articulate things in your own unique way, the ability to form thoughts, have your own philosophies, etc., etc., that differ from other people's, to have a forum upon which to discuss those differences, to be able to coincide with people who have a different intellectual position to your own. And that form of intellectual diversity, because it has been so underrepresented, so underemphasized in the way that, people come up with, the way that people create media, the way that people use media, that has now become, people have now started going into, well, I blame that in part for the reason as to why Western society in particular tends to be so polarized in the way that everything is presented, especially in politics. Because, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant. When I talked earlier about journalism being an industry that spans multiple different cultures, multiple different societies, there is one glaring problem with the way that journalism works, and that is that contemporary journalism, especially in the West, has been shaped and influenced significantly by the way that America does its journalism. Mostly because when journalism first started cropping up as an organized force in the modern world, it was because Americans, or America as a country, wanted to push out, the press, right? The idea of the press, the means to, make a press agency. They wanted to distribute that throughout the rest of the world, partially as a way of disseminating their own culture, their own ways of thinking, etc., etc. However, as an unintended consequence of that, or perhaps an intended one, every facet of journalism in the West now has the exact same brands of mental illness that you see being abundant in American journalism. And one of these mental illnesses is the way that Americans tend to treat race. In America, race, when you really think about the concept, right? Race is inherently racist because race and culture are not the same thing. When you think about race, the way that you use it, right? The way that you think about the concept, the way that you use that concept, it is a concept that can only ever work in informal and social situations. Because the moment you try to apply it in journalism, in media publication, in corporate hiring practices, you start to realize how little race has to do with actual cultural diversity, which is the thing that it proclaims to satisfy, or the thing that it proclaims to cover. Because when you think about it, right? When you think about the way that race is handled in America, what races are there? You get these discrete boxes, right? I think there's 5 of them. You have Indians, you have Asians, you have white, you have black, and you have Latino. However, when you actually look at the contents of those boxes, the cultures that those boxes are supposed to encapsulate, let's go through them individually. What the fuck do you mean by Indian? Do you mean American Indian? Do you mean Tamil-speaking Indian? Do you mean, people from India? People from Pakistan? What the fuck do you mean Indian? When you talk about white people, do you mean European, Eastern European, Scandinavian, American-born? And even when you go with the European, Scandinavian, Eastern European, even those are tenuous labels because of how many different countries and cultures they are supposed to encompass, right? So are they, when you say that they're white, what? Are they Finnish? Are they Swedish? Are they German? Are they French? Are they Italian? Are they Romanian? Are they Armenian? Are they Slav? Are they Russian? What do you mean? Also, when you talk about them being black, do you mean that they are black and born in America? Do you mean that they're Moroccan, Caribbean, Nigerian, Kenyan, South African? What do you mean by that? Asian, Chinese, Vietnamese, Japanese, Korean, Thai, Filipino, Indonesian. What do you mean by Asian? And when you actually start breaking it down, the only reason race is used as a concept is so you can say that someone from Sweden is the same as someone from Germany. So you can say that someone from Morocco is indistinguishable from someone from the Caribbean. That someone from Japan is the same as someone from China. Because when you really think about it, right, when you use the word race, when you refer to someone by their race, when you hire by race, you're not taking into account those cultural diversities. You're not taking into account those cultural distinctions. What you are doing when you use race as a metric in order to hire people, in order to promote people, in order to, look at people, you're not looking at their culture. You're looking at the most superficial traits that they have. The shade of their skin, the width, the distance between their eyes, the ratio of their nose and lips compared to the rest of their face, the size of their hands, the size of their schlong. All of these things that don't actually add up to a human being, their experiences, or even their cultural background. And this is the thing that I never understood about America, and I still don't really understand in terms of the way that your media has such an obsession with race. Because when you think about it, right? It's kind of like the way that America presents race is that it kind of wants to have its cake and eat it too, where it wants to have one homogenous culture where, everyone is American, right? African American, Asian American, white American. But everyone still wants to belong to an exclusive club. So there are these arbitrary lines that are drawn up that are treated as if they are cultural lines, that they have some sort of depth or, some sort of base point for where they spring up from, like some sort of importance to the human experience, but they don't actually mean anything beyond just how you look, maybe how you sound, and what you eat. And that's pretty much it. And when you think about it that way, what is the point of separating people by race? What is the point of this obsession with race? Because when I look at, like, I'm going to reference the recent news coverage of Trump's failed assassination. There was a Forbes article that was written by a black person, a DEI expert, quote unquote, where the headline was something along the lines of, "Will Trump being shot make him more popular with black voters?" And when I read something like that, well, first, it's kind of interesting how if you removed all context of like who the person writing it is, it sounds immensely racist. And when you add in who the person is, it sounds racist and stupid. But like, you know, at the same time, like, why, I never understood why American media is so dead set on trying to segregate everyone into these boxes that don't even mean anything. And the reason why I get so annoyed by this, especially when I see this kind of thinking creeping into like for example, Australian journalism, or even just, you know, outside of journalism, even just like general spaces. Like when I see this way of like people referring to one another by race, looking at everything through the lens of race, I think of it as such a stereotypically American mental illness that restricts the way that people perceive actual diversity. Because racial diversity and cultural diversity are very different from one another. And the way that American media handles race makes everyone look like a monolith, which is not how people work at all. And again, I can't state enough how weird it is to me that you would proclaim to care about someone's cultural backgrounds, but by segregating them by race, by only referring to them, seeing them through the lens of race, you don't look past things like their skin color, or the way that they speak, or like their bone structure or whatever. Because wasn't the whole point of diversity to move past that? But anyways, yeah, that's that's my little like rant. Wolford, thank you for the 10. Sorry, give me a second to click on something. Some even say you can't be racist to whites because of power, quote unquote. Yeah, I never understood that either. It always struck me as a very illogical thing to be saying. But yeah. Wolf and Wings, as an American, I'm glad oh yeah, sorry, I mispronounced your name, Wolf and Wings. The super chat didn't allow me to show the entire thing. As an American, I'm glad my parents raised me better than that. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. And again, Dreamshifter, you wrote to divide the country. As we'll get into in a second, that is probably true. It's not a conspiracy theory to say that part of American media's obsession with, like, you know, putting everyone into discrete boxes based on race, which is an arbitrary concept that has nothing to do with culture at all. You are right in that it fulfills the two worst parts of contemporary journalism, which is the lack of depth. Because again, if you identify as a race, you don't need to bother about like asking about someone's culture. You just need to look at the color of their skin and the width of their eyes, and you immediately know what race they are, right? And it also leads into creating controversy, division, and conflict, because unfortunately, conflict, division, and controversy are conditions that are ideal for journalism, because one of the news values is literally just conflict and controversy. And when you exist in an environment that is constantly filled with division, you have greenhouse conditions for an easy slog, an easy constant stream of possible news articles that you can write. So although the function of journalism on paper is supposed to, steer society away from extremism, polarization, etc., the monetary side of journalism as a business, as an industry, is unfortunately incentivized to feed into that divide rather than dissuade people from it. So, yeah. End of based rant. I know that not everyone in America thinks like this, right? And I don't blame people, like your everyday American citizens, for this like thing that America is like known for at this point. I just, especially as someone who actually thinks that journalism as an industry and at this point as a concept, like the importance of that, as someone who was trained to understand that, seeing the way that your media handles things is so exasperating. And I understand that this is probably the way you guys feel as well. But yeah. I appreciate you guys just like sitting through me like just going off about that particular thing. But yeah. Anyways. So back on the topic of journalistic ethics. So that was the first one. The second is a document by the Society of Professional Journalists, and they have their own code of ethics. So with this particular one, they've condensed it into a few general principles. So, oh yeah, I just realized that SPJ probably stands for Society of Professional Journalists. So yeah, anyways. So the first principle, seek truth and report it, aligns a lot with the APA's guidelines, aligns a lot with virtue ethics and deontological ethics. The idea that all journalists have an inherent duty to try to present truth, right? To try and tell truth to power, etc., etc. Journalists should take responsibility for the accuracy of their work, verify information before releasing it, use original sources where possible. Actually, wait, hold on. I just realized that it's not lined up very well, so give me a second to shift it. Sorry, guys. I just realized. All right, so there we go. All right, so yeah. Journalists should take responsibility for the accuracy of their work, verify information before releasing it, and use original sources where possible. This is why Twitter should never be taken as a proper journalistic source or resource, even though it is. And the reason why I call Twitter junk food for journalism. Everything on Twitter is ad hoc. Everything from Twitter is just someone saying something that they heard down the grapevine, or their personal opinion, or what they claim to have experienced or seen firsthand, right? Twitter is not an interview. A tweet should never be put on the same scale as an interview in terms of a trustworthy source. But at the same time, tweets are easy controversy. Tweets are easy sources. And so what has unfortunately happened is that journalism has started incorporating Twitter as a core part of the way that it writes news. I've said this on a previous stream, but my first assignment in my journalism unit was literally create a Twitter, write an article based on tweets that someone has made. Right? Now, that someone wasn't just some random person, right? It had to be like an agency or a council or whatever, some community or whatever. But it doesn't change the fact that we are trained, and I was trained, and I would assume that this is something that is happening in quite a lot of other universities as well, based on how journalism seems to have moved in the last few years. We are trained to regard Twitter as a legitimate source for our journalism, even though it is very far from being a source that you can actually rely upon. So, remember that neither speed nor format excuses inaccuracy. And this is something that we lost. That we lost a long time ago when it comes to the way that journalism is done. And this is something that we were, it was kind of slammed in our face recently, especially when you had numerous publications like CNN and stuff saying that Trump was taken off of stage because there were loud popping noises, or because he fell over, or something along those lines, instead of just saying that someone tried to shoot him in the head. So, anyways, again,
And also the whole debacle with when people were first starting to try and identify who the shooter was. Some random guy on Twitter basically said that he was the shooter. And a lot of news publications ran with that story. In Australia, one of the news publications that ran with that by using the photo submitted by this troll instead of an actual photo of the shooter was 7 News. And they, only a few months ago, were sued for defamation not sued for defamation, but they had to pay out someone for defaming them because they misidentified them as a serial stabber that cropped up in Bondi Junction. So again, this is a disturbing pattern where mainstream news outlets will not bother with ensuring accuracy, but will just go for being one of the, not the first to report on something, but among the first wave to report on something. So again, this is very much lost on modern journalism. Provide context. This is where framing is very important, right? Take special care not to misrepresent or oversimplify in promoting, previewing, or summarizing a story. This is why when you frame something, you have to make sure that you frame it in as balanced a way as possible, that you don't leave out important information that might lead to your particular subject getting misconstrued or misrepresented. And this is something that is sorely missing from the article that we analyzed just then. Then, gather, update, and correct information throughout the life of a news story. This is unfortunately a little redundant because, like I said, no news article is written with the intention that it will be read twice. But it is an important thing to do in theory because it keeps you loyal to the principles of truth-telling. Even if no one goes back and reads the article, as a journalist, as a publication, you should be able to go back to your stories and include corrections, amendments, in some especially egregious cases, public apologies based on what has been written if it's inaccurate or if it comes across as malicious. And I'm not gonna lie, that article about PirateSoftware, I think that does deserve an apology. I think it warrants an apology. Be cautious when making promises, but keep the promises that they make, right? So again, if a news publication proclaims that they have a certain code of ethics, etc., they should stick to that, right? They should do their best to make sure that when they promise their audiences a certain degree of accuracy, that they will deliver on that accuracy. Identify sources clearly. The public is entitled to as much information as possible to judge the reliability and motivations of sources. So, again, like I said before, don't just link to... if you're talking about someone's career progression and you're trying to talk about, if you're trying to show how larger streamers, larger media figures have played into that career progression, don't just show a clip that reinforces the assumptions that you've laced into your article right from the beginning. Try to create a more reliable source, or a source that will at least balance out whatever bias you walked in with. All right, so diligently seek subjects of news coverage, allow them to respond to criticism or allegations of wrongdoing. Again, just doing due diligence, right? Giving people their right of reply, not just using it as an excuse to slap a seal of approval on whatever it is you're writing, as inaccurate as it might be. But actually listen to people you interview. Interview people in good faith with the intention of actually onboarding what it is they tell you, either about themselves or about the subject matter, right? Don't just use them as an excuse to validate what you already plan to write walking in. So anyways, the rest of this is pretty normal stuff, try not to be underhanded in the way that you do research. Try not to be underhanded in the way that you conduct yourself as a journalist. Try to contextualize your story for the audience, right? Make sure that they have access to your sources themselves so they can form their own opinion. Then you have minimizing harm, right? The idea that journalism should not revolve around hit pieces and propaganda, that the subjects of your not just your readers, but your subjects also deserve to be treated with respect, especially when those subjects are people, right? So journalists should balance the public's need for information against the potential harm or discomfort of their story, right? So again, all of this, so again, it brings up the idea that the public needs certain information, right? And this is a concept that we'll get into later called public interest, right? There is certain information that the public just has a right to know or should know because it might affect them in some way. But when you pursue that, when you pursue that information, when you try to make that information known to the public, you as a journalist have a duty to ensure that you are not fucking over anyone else in your pursuit of that truth, in your writing of that story. And even even in like lower stakes reporting, like the Mashable article, if you're writing about someone, try to treat them with respect. Don't include like subtle jabs at the community they've built. Don't undersell the importance of their collaborators in their success. Don't try to, portray their success as a product of things entirely outside of their control or other people, because that's just not good journalism. Try not to be underhanded is a big ask. Well, nowadays, unfortunately, it is, but it wasn't always this way. Investigative journalism in particular is very much a dying breed, because that is the kind of journalism where investigative journalism was, or I should say is, although increasingly less and less so since good investigative journalists tend to die more often than they retire. Investigative journalism is essentially, well, I regard it as the pinnacle of what journalism could be. Because it's all around speaking truth to power, all around keeping the public informed, potentially at the cost of the journalist's own life, and all about making information public so that the public can form their own opinions on the things that are current, that people, corporations, governments are trying to hide. And that is the essence of, well, truth-telling in journalism. That is the essence of making all of your information publicly available so that the public now has more agency than they did before. And when it comes to minimizing harm, right? The reason why I view investigative journalism as a dying field is because it's investigative journalism already found it very hard to minimize harm, because it had to protect its sources. It had to, the journalist presumably had to live long enough to actually get the story written and out there. But depressingly, a lot of the contemporary journalism that sells itself as investigative doesn't have as much of a focus on minimizing the harm in terms of the way that story is put together. Because you will very frequently get occasions where a source is either through neglect or through malice, exposed along with the story. And when you take away that aspect of minimizing harm, that particular breed of investigative journalism shrivels and dies. Because if your sources can't trust you, if they can't trust that they will still be safe after speaking to you for your story, you will no longer have any sources going down the line. And that is why, yet again, not treating the people you talk to as a journalist with respect is so damaging to the industry as a whole. So yeah, Funneless, investigative journalism is still healthy in the indie sphere. Yeah, I would agree with that. Mostly because I think indies do have this is why I think, so over the last 6 to 8 months or something, when Kirsha's been really digging into exposing DEI and Bridge, the reason why I view that as being a lot more trustworthy and, if I'm being honest, a lot more important than mainstream journalism is because, unironically, I would not be surprised if VTubers started taking over proper journalism. Because, one, they have the independence that comes along with being their own creators that aren't attached to a larger corporation. Two, their anonymity means that there is relatively little to attack to disincentivize them from actually reporting on like important stories. Because the problem with investigative journalists is that they are public figures. They do not get to retain their privacy when they are publishing their stories as part of a wider news corporation. Because the way that journalism works is that your agencies need to be able to show the public who the person publishing the story is in order to, well, on the surface, provide the public with a sense of trust. However, with VTubers like Kirsha, as long as they show you the paper trail by which they like arrive at their conclusions, the paper trail that they use to sustain their reporting, they basically do the exact same thing as a journalist, but they are less vulnerable. Because, like I said, no publicly traceable person to, jail before they mysteriously Kermit super slide with 9 shots in the back of the head. So anyways, again, being a VTuber unironically removes a lot of the obstacles that would normally keep conventional journalists' mouths shut. So, yeah, I mean, same thing with false, yeah, when you bring that up. Because, okay, so and this is another example of why minimizing harm is really important. False has little birds in a lot of places, and he would not have that network, he would not have that resource if he ever made the mistake of exposing one of his sources. The reason why False's business is capable of working, the reason why False is able to separate himself at least a tier or two above the other, indie news channels or indie VTuber news creators, is because he has those sources and because he looks after those sources. If he loses those sources, his business suffers as a result of that. Now, again, it might sound like a really cynical way of looking at the whole dynamic between a journalist and their sources, etc. But it is a very valid way of looking at the entire thing. Because, again, the only reason why a source would talk to you about something is because they themselves feel like it's information that deserves to be made public. And as a journalist who is delivering that information to the public, you have a duty to protect your source from taking the risk of telling you what they did. So, again, it always comes down to the same loop of it's exasperating to see how that particular part of journalism has been lost over the years. Granted, I think someone in chat brought this up before, but even if you are a community journalist, right, you still have the exact same ethics that you should adhere to, right? You're not an official journalist, but there should still be some ethical boundaries that you have for yourself, right? And what those ethical boundaries are, again, it's more in line with virtue ethics than deontological ethics when you're an independent creator, because you get to decide what ethics you yourself and your content what ethics you want to embody and what ethics you want to bleed into your content. But again, the reason why a lot of people in mainstream journalism, trained in writing mainstream journalism, kind of look down their nose at community journalism is because they don't have an established code of ethics, because they don't have a quote-unquote accountability body, even though with conventional journalists, mainstream journalists, you don't really have that either. If you are a community journalist, it is always a good idea to just have some sort of ethical framework that you can refer back to, right? Even if it's as simple as just making sure that you yourself are consistent in the morals that you claim to have. So, anyways, but community journalism is on the rise, and there is a reason for that. So, as mainstream journalism fails to do its job, there will be others rising up to take their place. And that is both good in the sense that we still get some form of journalism, but also bad because there is only so much an individual creator can do to go toe-to-toe with a massive corporation or a conglomerate seeking to shape culture using money. So anyways, there are some things here as well in terms of like, minimizing harm, like avoid pandering to lurid curiosity, even if others do. What that basically means is don't devolve into sensationalism, clickbait, and invading people's privacy when the matter does not have anything to do with public interest, right? If it's something that the public doesn't actually need to know about, there's no point in violating, someone else's privacy, regardless of who they are, just for the sake of having a hit story. So anyways, on top of that, you have act independently. This is pretty much in line with what we talked about just then, right? Don't get paid by the person you're expected to like review or hold to account or investigate. It's never a good idea. Be accountable and transparent, same sort of thing. So again, all of these values revolve around making sure that the public actually is able to trust you. And unfortunately, that is a standard that modern journalism falls short of more frequently than not. So anyways. Okay. So, don't devolve into clickbait, mission failed. Yeah. The internet has irreparably poisoned journalism. But then again, a lot of mainstream journalism's downfall is self-attributable. Anyways, so I kept referencing the term public interest, the concept public interest. Now, to be more precise, to define it, what I mean by public interest is that there is certain information that the public should be able to know, because that information might relate to governance, wider society, or public well-being, public health and safety, etc., etc. And a lot of people might mistake public interest for public curiosity, and these are two different things, right? Public interest is it consists of things the public needs to know because it could affect them, whereas public curiosity just means things that the public wants to know but might not necessarily affect them. And the two examples I've given you are both to do with Taylor Swift. Now, something that can be considered public interest is how many jet flights she takes over the course of a year. And the reason why that would be public interest is because she is a public figure who is a public advocate for climate change. And as a result of that, the public has an interest in knowing how much she herself might feed into the problem of climate change. However, something like when exactly she is taking a flight, where exactly she's taking a flight to, and the reasons why she is taking that flight on a case-by-case basis, that is not something that the public needs to know. That is more a matter of public curiosity than it is public interest. So, again, public interest affects you, you should be able to know it. Public curiosity, it's just something you might want to know, doesn't really, it doesn't really have anything to do with you, right? So, another thing is a concept that we get taught in around 3rd or 4th year media school when it comes to the role that journalism, mainstream media, is supposed to play in the balance of different entities in society, right? And this is the media as what is referred to as the fourth estate. Basically, in medieval times, government would be consistent of three groups of people. You would have the clergy, basically the religious people. You would have the nobility, and you would have the common people, right? The common man. And the reason these three estates were the official parties that had a hand in defining how government was run. However, unofficially, journalists, or the press, as it was referred to back then, was referred to as the fourth estate, because even though it wasn't recognized as a party in and of itself, it still affected the way that government worked. It affected the way that people understood society, the way that they would vote on certain things, their thoughts, opinions, political positions, etc., etc. Now, the media is still functioning as the fourth estate, but something has changed in its position. Now, before, the way that the media would work, the way that the press would work, is that it would essentially ally itself with the common folk as a way of amplifying their voices to go toe-to-toe with these two entities. So when you put this and this together, you get a public that is both unified and informed enough in order to have a say in how government was run, despite the fact that they do not belong to privileged positions of power, like clergy, like nobility. However, this has shifted. In recent times, what has now happened is that there is still the fourth estate, but yeah, exactly, New Light, we are outnumbered now. Instead of siding with the public and amplifying the voices of the public, by the way, this is also why both of those ethical codes we went through just then had such an emphasis on the idea of giving voice to your readers, giving voice to the public. Instead of doing that, the news has essentially allied itself with rich people and corporations. And that is now the way that government is being run. And in doing that, the media has essentially lost its proper function as the fourth estate. Because news is no longer being written for the readers. News is no longer, news corporations no longer view its readers as, a readership, as a public. They are now viewed as a resource, engagement, eyeballs to sell onto advertisers so they can make money. And that is the problem. Because this was a relationship between the press and the public where the two were allies. This is a relationship between the press and the public where the public is a resource. Not an equal, not a client, a resource. Yeah, we're screwed. Kind of. And part of the thing that's been feeding into the slow, inexorable transition from being an ally to being an exploiter is the role of the media in doing something that I brought up before called agenda setting, where the media basically dictates or defines the priorities of society and the general public, right? And the way that agenda setting comes into play with framing, which I talked about earlier, is that it's basically a more organized use of framing, where instead of just telling you what to pay attention to, what to focus on, what to ignore, it's being done deliberately so that you are led to prioritize certain things over others, so that society in general is supposed to prioritize certain things over others. And the reason why this is so important when it comes to gaming journalism in particular is you can see in real time how this fucks over a readership, how this fucks over the public that is otherwise relying on you to report on things accurately. Because when the agenda that you as the media define is not at all aligned with the expectations or needs of your readership, that relationship breaks down rapidly. So some infamous examples of this. You have this article by The Gamer, Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake. The agenda that is being set is that, and then this relates to the rant that I had earlier, it's all about race, right? Basically what this article was arguing is that Resident Evil 5 was racist because the zombies were black, despite the fact that the game is set in Africa. But anyways, so again, this was very obviously framing the story and setting an agenda that was not at all in line with what people cared about. Because your average person, your average gamer, will immediately look at Resident Evil 5, immediately look at this article, and know that this is not a real issue. This is something that a culture writer makes up so that they have something to turn in for a certain deadline. The next example. How Black Myth Wukong developers' history of sexism is complicating its journey to the West. This infamous article that was published by IGN last year. So, okay, this did become a big thing on Twitter a few months ago, and they were saying something along the lines of this article was written to pressure this developer into hiring some sort of hiring Sweet Baby Inc. or whatever. That particular story is not true. that was essentially just smoke and mirrors, right? There was no such relationship between Sweet Baby trying to get hired by this person and this particular article, to our knowledge. However, again, it's not a good look if you are a gaming journalist and you have an entire article that's basically a hit piece on a particular developer, right? And on top of that, this article in particular, if you look it up on your own, you see there's been lots of videos made about this as well. This was infamous because it showed translations of posts written in Mandarin, and it mistranslated them on purpose to feign this indignation and paint the developer who wrote those posts as a sexist. Essentially, what the developer was saying in that post was something along the lines of, I wish I wasn't surrounded by people who insisted on brown-nosing me, right? Essentially, the game in its early stages was rough because I didn't have people who were willing to criticize me openly. However, the way that was translated, and again, the best analogy I can give to explain this as someone who speaks both English and Mandarin is, the idiom brown-nosing someone is roughly translatable, or the equivalent of to suck someone off, right? And again, in the original translation, basically what this developer was saying is something along the lines of, if I'm surrounded by people who insist on sucking me off, so I don't have anyone who can give me legitimate criticism. However, the way that they chose to translate that, and again, this is a mistranslation, which they ran with to make the article, they chose to translate that as, I cannot wait to get everyone around me to suck me off, or something along those lines. And they basically tried to spin that as an entire anti-woman workplace kind of thing. So again, when you get framing like this, when you get agenda setting like this, where you're trying to dictate people's priorities when they look at this game, instead of just looking at it as Black Myth Wukong, a game that was developed by a Chinese developer, you start to view it as Black Myth Wukong, the game that was developed by a sexist game studio, by sexist developers. That really corrupts your readership's ability to trust what it is you're saying. Fondless, thank you for the 10. Regarding journalism ethics, the best recent quote from James O'Keefe is, if you're going to be a truth teller, then the price has to be your life, because if your price is not your life, then you are for sale. Yeah. You are right. There is, that does strike me as one of the best quotes I've heard about it. But yeah, if you're not willing to stake your life on truth telling, you've kind of failed. And look, I don't want to come off as someone who's just morally grandstanding or whatever, but it really it's really fucked to look around and see how far journalism has fallen as a chair, as a fucking how much it's stumbled off of the chair upon which it's upon which it was perched, as the fucking the wires in my brain crossed, because I was kind of saying that how it was supposed to have a seat at the table when it comes to speaking truth to power, being something that would reinforce the public's ability to moderate governments and corporations and rich people, etc., etc. And then somewhere in there, the wires crossed in my brain, so I just said it fell off the chair. But honestly, yeah, I think that works as well. But yeah, journalism has fallen really far. But yeah, anyways. And then you have the next one. This article, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree review. Massive, menacing, and magnificent. And this was a review of Shadow of the Erdtree that was written by infamous journalist in quotation marks, Alyssa Mercante, published by Kotaku. And essentially, the reason why this article in particular was so infamous was because she spent basically the entire thing using it as a platform to talk about her own experiences of going through, quote, misogyny and bigotry online. And that is quintessential failure to make journalism engaging for your reader, because when she wrote that article, when you read through that article, the way that it was written, it's not written for a reader. It's not written for the people looking to buy Shadow of the Erdtree. It's not written for people who have played Shadow of the Erdtree. It's basically written for herself as a way to vent her own frustrations. So again, this is yet another reason why, yet another exemplar of why games journalism as a whole has kind of fallen off the wagon when it comes to preserving their position in society's eyes, or even in the industry's eyes, as a valuable resource. And this is the problem. Because when you alienate your readers, when you alienate your readers, that is basically the worst sin you can make as a journalist. And I don't mean alienating a specific demographic of readers, like that's fine, right? Sometimes if every demographic of readers will include like a small minority of extremists, let's say, and they will not be happy if you don't provide them the validation that they want from your story. But if you seek to tell the truth, you will always have a readership. I get that sounds like corny, overly idealistic, perhaps, or a little rose-tinted, but that is true. Because if you prove yourself to be a journalist that cares about your readers will be able to pick up on that. They're not stupid. They can tell when you're writing an article for them or for yourself. They can tell if you're trying to pull a fast one over them, or if you're actually trying to stick to telling the truth. And readers value that. Readers will value you for valuing their time. And unfortunately, the problem with games journalism is that it's lost a lot of those aspects. To return to some of the slides that I brought up in my gatekeeping stream, right? And this comes more to do with how, with games journalism, with mainstream journalism, it's become a little late for people to be able to gatekeep journalists, because you do want journalists in a space. You do want to be able to welcome in journalists who actually have an interest in, sticking to the ethical tenets of their industry, as well as doing proper homage, doing proper research, proper contextualization to the space which they're entering. You want those kinds of journalists, but you want to be able to, and this ties into what I talked about last week, you want to be able to gatekeep the journalists who aren't interested in that, who are only entering your space so they have something else to meet their next deadline. And this is where we get back into the gatekeeping thing, right? Common thing that people fall into, and this is a cycle that keeps happening over and over, online, in real life, whatever, is that people call the media woke, the media call people bigots, and they go round in a circle, constantly, ad nauseum, exhaustively, going nowhere. And while I do understand some people calling media, and I mean media in general, not just journalism, this includes movies and stuff, I get people calling them woke. I get why. The problem and the reason why I dislike using that word myself, and the reason why I want to be able to give you guys the tools not to have to resort to using this word, is because woke has lost all meaning. It doesn't mean anything anymore, because woke means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So instead, and again, this ties into what I said last week, attack specific things, point out specific things. Journalists will very often hold up as a shield traits that they themselves have: their sexuality, their gender, their race, their degree of education, their allegiance, or the fact that they proclaim to advocate for oppressed minorities or social groups or social causes. Ignore all of that. Look at the way that they execute their story. So when I was talking about bad actors in general, this is some of the more some of the more general things that you can look at. But with journalism in particular, we can be a bit more specific. We can look at, for example, blatant sensationalism, when you misrepresent something just so you can get some clicks. Condescension, still the same. Corporate cynicism, still the same. But overt agenda setting, when you set out writing your story not because you have any commitment to accurately representing something, but because you have something in mind that you want to present to more people. And again, this is where the whole, that's where the Mashable article ties in, right? This is where a lot of game journalism tends to fall flat as well, because there is very overt agenda setting. It does not at all align with whatever their readership is actually interested in or needs to know. There is the abandonment of ethical standards. When you are criticizing journalism, when you criticize a journalist for being unethical, do not ever attack that journalist. Instead, bring up specific examples, quotes from their work, and show, for example, like I did just then, show how they omit important context in their attempts to create, over the course of their entire article, a theme, a recurring theme that misrepresents the subject of their story. Point out which specific which specific ethical principles they are failing to live up to. If they are an American journalist, you can point back to the SPJ's code of ethics or the APA's statement of principles, right? And you can tie that in your complaint. Like I said, like I keep reiterating this, but it is really important to understand, never use a personal attack when you're trying to criticize something, because that will never work. Journalists will just use it as more reason to ignore what critics are saying about them. Instead, make it very obvious that you are criticizing the standard of their work. You have things like the absence of nuance, the lack of proper research, unbalanced and biased reporting. So, again, all of this, right? These are all specific things that you can criticize. And when, exactly, articulate, right? When you critique articles, when you critique bad journalism, so you don't give the journalists themselves any chance to label you as a bigot and write off your opinion, or even worse, use what you've said on Twitter or online or anywhere as more fodder for another deadline, another deadline appeaser. Criticize these things instead. Because these are things that, if they are genuinely awful journalists, they will never be able to defend. Because journalism itself, as an industry, as a trade, is designed to break away from these common traps. Or at least in principle, it's supposed to be that way. Unfortunately, it's not really designed that way anymore. And to go into a bit more detail on how exactly journalism has failed its readers and how that has to do with the business model of journalism. It's because of these three factors, right? Essentially, journalists, publications, right? News publications, journalists, etc. They have specific roles, right? As journalists, they have specific niches that they need to fulfill. For example, I talked about before, being a culture reporter basically means a professional trend chaser, professional tourist, right? Essentially what happens is, because you are given that job, you also need to be able to, one, have your finger on the pulse of cultural trends, while at the same time pumping out articles according to your regular deadlines. Now, what that means is you are expected to have an opinion on everything, but you might not have the time to properly research everything you end up commenting on. What that does is, when you combine that with the time crunch that defines the way that you operate as a professional, right? You end up sacrificing important things like context, like research, like proper representation, and your article, your reporting, your journalism ends up resembling something that is more in line with Twitter posts. And again, there is a reason why when you read a lot of game journalist articles, they start to read like they were written by someone who's terminally on Twitter, written for other people who are terminally on Twitter. And part of that has to do with not only the fact that Twitter-esque reporting is what is incentivized by this business model, but also the fact that when Twitter itself is, like I said before, a junk food resource for journalists looking for easy stories. D suffers APA, as in American Press Association, so the other APA. So yeah. So what happens is, once you lower your standards to the point where you start relying on Twitter for sources, when you start resembling Twitter in the way that you write up your articles, what then happens is that becomes the new standard, because they pump out people who write like this pump out stories faster, more regularly, and therefore they end up generating, in the short term, more profit. And so this becomes the new industry standard. This gets baked into the operation and teaching of a lot of people who enter the space, fulfilling this role as a culture reporter. And then this becomes a vicious cycle. Now, something else as well is journalism right now is operating from a place of scarcity. And what I mean by that is, as standards have become lowered in the way that journalists write, readers have started dropping off. And this is why I kept reiterating over and over, journalism is useless if its readership doesn't trust it. Because it's really, really hard to kill a press agency, right? It is really hard to kill a publication, mostly because, regardless of how badly you do, there will always be at least one person with money lying around wanting to purchase another propaganda machine, and they will bail you out. But if you lose your readership, you lose the ability to function even as a propaganda machine. Now, what happens is when your standards as a journalist, as a publication get lowered, people start dropping off, which makes you more desperate to make more money, which makes you lower your standards even further, which makes even more people drop off. And again, you get yet another vicious cycle where the audience is increasingly condensed and your journalism gets increasingly worse. So eventually what happens is you get into this state where the people who are left in your audience are not reading your articles because they want information, but because they want validation. And what that does is when news publications start pivoting towards catering to that audience in particular, that is when the commitment to telling the truth starts to fall off. That is when news agencies start to polarize themselves, start to delve into the extremes of whatever viewpoints their key audiences want. You can see this happening in real time over the last decade or so with American mainstream journalism, especially around politics. Because again, like I said, if you are only catering to a readership that reads your stuff, watches your stuff because they want validation, not because they want information, you become a propaganda machine, not a journalist, not a press organization, not a source of journalism. Sarah, perfect example of this was 2016 presidential election in the US. We literally had tweets from Trump and Clinton as news headlines. Yeah, exactly. Because that was junk food journalism. That was easy to write. You just needed to log on to Twitter, pull out a quote from a tweet, and then you had your article. Your next deadline was temporarily sated. And that was it. And to really hammer home the fact that game journalism is the example of what happens once that readership has completely fallen off. There was this article written in The Gamer that was published not that long ago, June 27th, so like about 1 month ago, where this was basically just, again, a rant by a journalist talking about how people no longer take game journalists seriously, how people no longer take game reviews seriously when they come from like larger publications. And it did raise some points, like for example, that journalists do get like, hate, harassment, whatever online when they have an opinion that doesn't line up with what other people talk about. And they gave a specific example of someone who wrote about Cyberpunk early on, gave it a negative review score, or not even negative, like mid review score, because of the fact that it was riddled with bugs, because the storytelling wasn't that baked in at that point in time, and how they got harassed on their social medias because of it. And again, that is a valid point to like bring to people, right? However, this article neglects all of the other points that we've discussed throughout the entirety of this stream. Things like the fact that journalists are in bed with the games and the corporations that give them the games that they are supposed to be reviewing. The fact that they keep agenda setting and framing things in a way that is both misrepresent the figures that are, significant in the space, and they also set like misleading agendas when it comes to the priorities that gamers quote unquote should have with regards to the way that their games are made, right? They have failed their reader base on all of these counts for years now, and this article takes none of that into account. And as a result, ironically, it itself falls into the same ethical pit of being written more for the sake of the journalists themselves than for the readers that are reading it. This reads like it could have just been a twit longer. And if your article reads like a twit longer, reads like it could have just been a twit longer, it does not deserve to exist. And the reason why I find this so exasperating to read is because it misses the point on why your readership as a games journalist is so dead. A lot of people, and again, it sounds common sense, but a lot of people might not realize the extent of the damage that games journalism has done to itself by neglecting its reader base. And the fact that when I'm critiquing this, right? The fact that I'm critiquing this from the perspective of someone who's already given up on journalism is a problem. Because the true extent of the damage that games journalism has done to people who would have otherwise needed it, viewed it, taken it seriously, is impossible to sum up. And to give you guys a bit of a metaphor that I was given by one of my lecturers in terms of the importance of understanding or trying to find out, trying to diagnose the reasons why the silent majority of your audience might be leaving, is this. Back in World War II, when various countries, various armies would send out fighter planes over foreign territories, these fighter planes would come back, and engineers would look at the bottoms of these planes, the undersides of these planes, and these planes would often be riddled with bullet holes. And those engineers had to make decisions based on the planes that came back as to which areas of the plane they should reinforce. Now, here's the question. Based on this particular picture of a plane, which places on the plane are you going to reinforce? The areas with the holes or the areas without the holes? Now, a lot of people might look at the areas with the holes and say, okay, that area seems to get shot really often. Maybe we should reinforce that. And then you run into a bit of a problem. Because in truth, the areas that need reinforcement are not the areas with bullet holes, but the areas without bullet holes. And the reason for that is that the planes that were shot in the areas without holes never made it back home. And this is a phenomenon that a lot of people in chat have identified called survivorship bias, where whenever you're trying to gauge, your the method of action that you need to take going forward, you automatically base it off of, especially when you're doing this off of like a survey or or you're trying to gauge public reaction to something. You tend to shape that approach off of the people who are actually saying something, off of the things that are visible to you, right? The data, it's Sumana, exactly. It's not just the data that's important, but how you interpret it, right? And again, the problem with these planes is that a lot of the times, engineers would make the mistake of reinforcing the areas that had bullet holes and neglect the parts without, which wouldn't do anything for the safety of those planes. Same sort of thing is happening in journalism. Because people like Kershaw, people like Asmongold, people like Legendary Drops, right? Literally anyone who talks about journalism, who critiques journalism, myself included. People who complain about journalism are often the only ones that journalists bother referring to. And again, the way that they interpret that criticism is faulty in and of itself. But again, they only focus on those people. When they write articles that are phrased in a snippy tone, they are replying to people like us. They are replying to people who critique them, who criticize them, etc., etc. The problem is, we are the people, we are the holes. We are the areas of the plane that have holes in them. We are just the demographic that still cares about journalism, that hasn't yet completely given up on the idea that journalism could do something valuable. The silent majority, the people who have no complaints, they are the people that are more important because they've already dismissed your publication, your article, your career as a journalist as being entirely irrelevant to them, as being entirely untrustworthy. Those are the people that you should be trying to cater towards. That you should be trying to shape your articles around. And yet, and I see this really often, especially with Alyssa McCante, where she'll get into like Twitter spats with like Grums, Mark Kern, or some other like internet figure or whatever. And the entire time I'm watching that particular conflict unfold, I'm just like, why are you spending so much time, attention on those people. And also the same thing is like, this is the reason why basing your entire like writing around Twitter is so harmful, because Twitter is by definition the bullet holes, right? Twitter is just made up of people who will complain about something and have the luxury, the time to put that complaint up on like public view, right? And Twitter as a platform is designed to facilitate impulsive statements and impulsive interactions, surface level interpretations of things, conversations, interactions that are devoid of context or nuance. And when you use that as the basis of deciding what aspects of your trade you need to reinforce, you reinforce the wrong parts. So yeah, EXP Newlight, replying to individuals rather than the group and sources behind the individuals. Exactly. Right? Yeah, Rant, you're right. Protect the weak. Journalism has lost its ability to protect the weak, because instead of viewing in the case of games journalism, instead of viewing the gamers, right, the everyday readers of the articles that are by definition the weak, because they don't have a voice in how these games are made beyond just voting with their wallets, right? Instead of catering to them, the journalists are essentially catering to themselves, and in some very severe cases, just catering to whatever organization gave them early access to whatever game they're reviewing. And that's pretty much it. Every time as a journalist you decide to talk about an issue, an agenda that has nothing to do with what your readership actually finds interesting or important, you are detracting from attention that could have otherwise gone to something that's actually relevant to them. That's why things like Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake are so harmful, beyond just the really like stupid like race based like talking points that are very symptomatic of like American media. It's bad because it takes attention away from more relevant problems in the industry, like how early access has dominated the way that publishers release their games, like predatory monetization systems, like the fact that very often game publishers, the big ones like Ubisoft, like Blizzard, they will use inclusivity as a pretext to justify horrid qualities in their games or horrid monetization. And again, by feeding into that problem rather than calling it out and boosting the voice of your readers by doing that, you've lost your purpose as a journalistic organization. There is a quote from a paper that I read while I was doing this particular unit in university that I want to bring to your attention. And this came from a paper called An Informal Agenda for Media Ethicists that was published in 2008. And the quote goes as follows: "There is public concern that the covenant or sacred trust between the Fourth Estate and the public seems to have been broken. That, quote, the media's perceived role as agenda setter, gun for hire, gold digger, mudslinger, and soundbite central has eroded the democratic process." Cooper, as cited, page 31. Sorry, give me a second to blow my nose. And again, you can see how this is the case, because when you look at all of these individual roles, agenda setter, that's pretty self-explanatory, gun for hire, hit pieces, gold digger, caring about profit over your readers, mudslinger, again, to do with hit pieces, soundbite central, right? Sensationalism and clickbait. Modern journalism, games journalism, is defined by all of these things. And when they talk about it eroding the democratic process, when you apply it to mainstream media in general, this is what I talked about earlier on, with the constant cycle of your readership becoming increasingly condensed and the reasons behind their consumption of your news changing from information to validation. Because that erodes the democratic process by polarizing your society. The more you start catering towards those audiences that only care about having what existing views they have of the world reinforced, the more extreme your views, your coverage tends to become. The more you start to resemble propaganda rather than proper journalism. And You can see that happen in America. You can see the consequences of that happening in America, where, especially around the last week, people have entirely disengaged with what the journalists have to say about things. People have started, when journalists start reporting that, for example, even something as simple as the reason why Trump was escorted off of the stage, that was so blatantly false that people have, as a whole, as almost universally, collectively decided to trust Twitter more than actual newspapers and publications. And why wouldn't they? Because these publications have proven time and time again, in their fervor to be first on the scene, to break the story, that they do not care about accuracy. And so they've lost the entire point of, existing. And people being, not brain dead, they've seen that, and they've collectively decided to no longer trust journalists. Journalism. Gaming as a whole doesn't trust game journalists because it's been routinely shown again and again that game journalists, on average, just don't care about the people reading them. They just care about having an article to pump out in accordance with their next deadline. They care about making sure that they keep getting early access keys so they can be the first to review a game. They care about writing about matters to do with, like quote unquote racism or quote unquote sexism, rather than monetization, rather than exploitative consumer practices, rather than problems that exist when it comes to the way that massive games corporations treat their employees, the work environments that they foster. And when journalism has fallen that short of the mark, like I said, they lose all purpose to exist. And this is where I get into the main takeaway that I want you to get from this, aside from the nuances of how I want you to critique journalism. And that is that the press can survive a lot of things because, like I said before, there will always be a corporation, a billionaire that has spare change lying around that would like to buy a propaganda machine. But a journalist, a news publication, loses their ability to function even as a propagandist, even as a propaganda machine, when people no longer take what they say seriously, when people no longer care about what they have to say. And that is the central truth of journalism, which is that the press can survive a lot of things, but cynicism is not one of them. When your readership becomes wise to the fact that you are prioritizing profit over them, when they stop trusting you, when they start regarding you with suspicion, not because you've earned it, but because that is the default set by your industry, by your compatriots, when you fail to call out bad behavior, bad practice by others who occupy the same space as you, the same industry as you, the same profession as you, people will regard you with cynicism from the get-go. You will lose all sway you have over the opinions of the people who would have otherwise been your readers. And you will become redundant. You will lose your purpose, your reason for existing, your job in due time. Because if no one is around to care about what journalists have to say, it doesn't matter how many ads they cram onto every article. Those articles just won't be read to begin with. And this gets into the problem of just the lack of accountability in games journalism as a whole, because it's very well to have those organizations that I talked about earlier that can outline the principles that journalists should, on paper, be adhering to when they write their stuff. But the problem with a lot of these organizations is they're pretty toothless when it comes to actually enforcing these standards, right? The best that they can do is maybe have a list on their website of publications that are supposed to adhere to their guidelines, and then remove a publication when it fails to adhere to them. But that's about it. When it comes to actually enforcing that, publications stick to their ethical codes of conduct, to be honest, I'm not too sure. Maybe legally there is some sort of precedent or something that can be used to enforce that. I wouldn't be the one to ask. Legal Mindset would be the one to ask. But again, one of the most frustrating things is the lack of accountability in gaming journalism. When you see bad practice like what we've covered so far in the stream, depressingly, there isn't really a central organization or a body that can go in and regulate that, go in, penalize, expose, etc. It's up to individual creators outside of journalism more often than not to commentate on it. People like Kirsha, people like Legendary Drops, even people like myself. So, where can journalism go from here? Well, the only solution to this is to sort of bite the bullet. They've already stuck a barbed arrow into themselves. And the only way they can get rid of it is not by trying to pull it out the end that it came in, but pushing it all the way through. And that will mean short-term excruciation in return for trying to regain the trust of the public long-term. And I want to briefly highlight an article that is along the right path of that kind of redemption. And this is an article that was recently published by Kotaku. Greedy publishers have won and normalized paying to play early, where it's basically an entire article that calls out specific games, specific publishers for using early access when really there is no need to, for using early access as an excuse to charge consumers more money, not anything else, right? Not because the game actually needs more time in development, not because there is any real reason for that early access, but again, just to make more money, just to squeeze gamers a bit more. This is the kind of article that you need to be publishing over an extended period of time in order to regain the trust of an audience. And you need to not only keep pumping out articles like this, but condemn articles like the ones we covered previously. Something that I don't see very often is like, well, okay, I can kind of understand why journalists don't do this, but it would be really helpful if you had various news organizations or even various journalists hold each other in check by calling out bad articles that have been written by others. And I get why they wouldn't do this, because professionally, it's like, journalism tends to be a fairly incestuous industry where everyone knows one another and you don't really want to burn bridges. But again, if you burn the bridges in order to get rid of a cancer in your industry, I'd say that the trade-off is worth it. Because long term, you're not writing for journalists, you're not writing for other journalists, you're not writing for yourself, you're not writing for, the corporation that is making the games that you are reviewing. You are writing for your readers. You are writing for gamers. And again, the reason why I want to highlight this article is because it does just that, right? And it's written by, Zach Zwiesen. I just wanted to grab his name so that I shouted out this article properly. And I'm not going to go through the entire thing because I want to give you guys the chance to read it yourselves, instead of having me just commentate and take it apart like I have with the first one. But again, when you have articles like this that are calling out bad corporate practice, that are advocating for those without a voice, right? The people who are reading it, this is the kind of journalism that we need, that people want. And yet, it's been years where this has not been the norm, where all of the garbage that we've covered up until this point has been the norm instead. Journalism has a long road ahead of itself when it comes to earning back the trust of its readership. And it's honestly up in the air as to whether these publications will collapse before they can do that, or whether they will be entirely bought out to be sock puppeted by games publishers before they can get to that point. If I'm being completely honest, seeing articles like this be published now gives me a little bit of hope. Maybe because Kotaku has had to close an entire branch, they're starting to realize that the real objective that they've been missing this entire time is catering to catering to actual readers. But I'm not optimistic. And I don't like preaching false optimism to you guys either. But hopefully, if nothing else, from this stream, you've learned more words you can use so that you don't have to resort to calling a publication woke or something when you're criticizing it, so that you can critique things like the lack of ethical standards, which specific ethical principles it fails to live up to, how it uses framing and strategic omissions to misrepresent something, how it tries to agenda set based on something that is entirely divorced from reality or what the readers should want. The fact that you can now point to a source that is credible and, you know, that these news organizations should be beholden to and say, look, that is the reason why you should be writing for your readers and not for yourself. So I hope those resources are useful to you guys. And while I'm not optimistic about being able to save journalism, this kind of critique is at least better than nothing. So yeah. Jeez, Kotaku actually making reports about gaming? What? Yeah. And again, it's kind of sad, right? When you look at IGN, The Gamer, Kotaku, they are supposed to be known for games journalism. But now they've just become widely lambasted and dismissed, with good reason, as just being ivory towers where their writers are entirely divorced from whatever was once supposed to be their readership. So yeah. I do it simply because it's Kotaku we're talking about. Yeah, maybe. Thank you for giving us tools to survive rabid media. I mean, look. How many people are there in chat? Like 170 something. Might be a few more people who watch the VOD. I am admittedly a small creator, right? And this isn't something that only 100 and something people or even 200 people can fix on their own. But if you have more terms, if you can explain these terms to more people, if they ask, and that is important, right? Wait until people ask before giving them information. Consent is important in areas outside of sex. If you are able to give this information to more people, right? If more people start critiquing journalism based on the metrics that are actually that actually matter and that actually have meaning, I am hopeful that that can make a difference. You can't really get this review anywhere. Glad we found you. Hey, I'm glad to hear that. Kirsha is doing she's doing God's work by teaching her audience how to read news articles critically, right? And when it comes to the extent of the research that she's done digging up shit on Bridge and DEI, I don't think I'll ever get close to that. But if even just watching my stream gives you a few more words you can use to describe the shittery that is being pulled, that I'm more than happy with that outcome, right? Kirsha's coverage and stuff is that's the kind of stuff that I aspire to. Because again, the thing about reading the news, and this is the thing that a lot of people seem to not know unless they've been given some basic training in media literacy. The news doesn't present you facts. It presents you someone's interpretation of an event, right? Because the news can never encompass what it's like to actually experience that event. They have, by default, every article, every story is going to involve framing. And framing involves selection. What you do, what you don't show to your audience. What you do, what you don't emphasize to your audience. Right? And as a result, the same event can be presented a bunch of different ways, all of which are significantly different from one another based on what you frame, how you use framing. So when you watch the news, when you read an article, everything, well, it's not opinion per se, because there are elements of reality in there, but it has definitely been mediated, passed through a filter of someone else's judgment and perspective. Wolf Wings, I love Kirsha's autism. Same. Tomahawk, Thank you for the 5. This is a good article about how we'll be able to fight something like Bridge in regards to journos, unless that is beyond the scope of the stream. Okay, so that is something that, like, again, I would need to more likely than not prepare an entire stream dedicated to that. But one of the main tools that Bridge is using, and this is something that Kirsha has talked about before, one of them, she's talked a lot about the obfuscation of language, right? So making up different words to hide the fact that you are referring to fundamentally the same thing, the same ideology, the same practices, etc., etc. One of the main tools that DEI and Bridge are both using to try and, like, you know, get their message out to the public in general is journalism. Right? Journalists, articles, etc., etc. One of the things that they keep doing, and this is why I pointed this out as being a very American mental illness, especially prevalent in journalism and in the media, is this sort of lazy race discourse. If you want to neuter their ability to, you know, get this message out via journalism, you need to point out the flaws in that journalism. Because the fact is, if you try to criticize that journalist, or, you know, let's say, for example, we'll go with the let's use the Resident Evil 5 is too racist for a remake as an example, right? There is an agenda being set there that the priority that you should hold when you read that article, when you look through, you know, when you look at gaming through the lens that is being advocated by that article, right? There is an agenda being pushed that you should look at everything through the lens of race. Right? There are two things that you can potentially dismantle there in terms of the way that that article is being written, right? This is this is kind of like combat in Fear and Hunger, where you, like, dismember an enemy before, like, you know, taking off their head. But essentially, you want to take apart the tools that this particular article is using to get its agenda across, as well as the agenda itself, right? So you never want to fall into the mistake of just saying, "Oh, shut up! I don't care about black people in games," right? Or actually, you know what? Better example: the whole, like, Yasuke thing, right? Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? When an article is being written about how Yasuke, like, how gamers are attacking Assassin's Creed Shadows just because it has a black protagonist, never fall into the, you know, the mistake of feeding into that, you know, feeding into the conflict that they want you to fall into of, you know, black protagonist bad, right? Because then they can just write you off as being a racist. So what is essentially being done there is there's an agenda being pushed and a conflict that they want you to fall into, right? That conflict, that pre-scripted conflict, is you falling for the bait of criticizing the game and their coverage based on the fact that it all revolves around, like, you know, a black protagonist, and then them being able to call you a racist in response. Instead, what you do is you call out the fact that the lens that they are looking at the entire thing through is just race. Then you attack the validity of looking at things through race to begin with, because, like I said, race is a very racist concept, right? Race doesn't mean anything to do with culture. It is a convenient label when it is used in media, journalism, hiring practices, in order to say that two people from very different parts of the world are the same just because they look or sound or eat the same things, right? So you have to dismantle that kind of, like, you know, that frame of reference to begin with, so that you're no longer fighting on those terms. The second thing that you have to do is you have to call out the flaws in the way that that article is written. If that is an article that is written by a games journalist for a games journalism publication, call out the fact that it fails to live up to the standards set by the APA, the SPJ, all of those, like, all of those organizations that have in their code of ethics, right? Is something being misrepresented? Is it being, you know, is the readership being, does it take into account all the suitable context around, does it take into account all of the context that surrounds the particular event or situation that's being reported on? For example, a depressingly few amount of articles published by IGN about the whole Yasuke situation bring up the fact that, one, Ubisoft, they ripped off a historical reenactment group's flag as part of their promotional campaign, as part of the assets that they use in the game. They also plagiarized Zoro's sword in the way that they made the I think the sword like promotional item that they sent out to like influencers and stuff. And or even just Yasuke's sword, I think, in game. And on top of that, they haven't said a single word, I don't think, about how Thomas Lockley, the historian upon which pretty much all of Yasuke's historicity is based, right, has recently been catching heat from various groups in Japan. Like, you know, this varies from like niche publications to individual creators of varying sizes on the internet for essentially, possibly, fabricating the entire story of Yasuke's existence and or place in history. Now, again, it's not confirmed, right? We don't know for sure if that was completely made up or if it was made up to varying degrees, but the fact that it has been called into question is kind of relevant to the discourse. And again, criticizing all of these things, right? Pointing out how these articles fail to acknowledge all of those aspects, that is an important part of balanced journalism, or a failure to meet that standard of balanced journalism that you can safely criticize. And you can criticize in a way that dismantles the reason why these journalists become such effective agents of advocating for DEI agendas. Because at the end of the day, right, DEI is flawed because instead of viewing diversity as a luxury afforded by effective work practices, it views diversity as a goal in and of itself that must be enforced artificially. And it doesn't matter, like, you know, it doesn't matter who is advocating for it, when they're advocating for it, or how they advocate for it. People who advocate for DEI, Bridge, through, you know, like news publications and stuff, they always fall into the same things of, okay, we want diversity, and then again, this is like very American, by race, right? And again, if you manage to point out that that premise in and of itself is like stupid, for want of a better word, you dismantle the ability of people to take them seriously. And again, these, like, when you look at journalism as a propaganda tool, as a tool of disseminating propaganda, it hinges on people's ability to take it seriously, its ability to be taken seriously. And if you are able to give these critical, like, you know, these criticisms that are specific and dismantle both the premise that is being advocated, the premise and the agenda that's being advocated, and the way that that premise is delivered, right? If you dismantle both of those things, people can no longer take that seriously. And on top of that, it's really important. I keep saying this, but it's really, I say this because it's really important. You never, ever, ever want to fall into the mistake of just calling them woke, right? Because woke doesn't mean anything. To something like, you know, anyone who is coming into a conversation for the first time with no orientation will hear me say that something is that something fails to give fair and balanced representation of something because it mistranslated a statement made by a game developer. They will hear me say that, or they will read me like state that in a post or something, and they will instantly understand what I mean by that. But if I just called a publication woke, if I called a movie woke, they have no clue what that means, right? So again, you need to make sure, and again, woke is also, because of the fact that it's lost its meaning, it's become a bit of an easy target for journalists wanting to make clapback articles saying that they're being targeted by people who are just calling them woke and nothing else, as if there's nothing else in their articles to criticize, right? So again, don't get baited into lazy discourse or lazy criticism, because at this point that is what woke is, because it has lost all of its meaning. Right. So yeah, this is how you fight against Bridge if you want to tackle the journalist aspect. You will never be able to stop journalists from pumping out articles that have been like fucked in the ass by Bridge agendas. But you can dismantle those articles based on objective journalistic standards and ethics to make it so that people at a moment's glance, like at just a brief glance, can see why it is such a flawed piece of work and see why they don't need to take it seriously. Because while DEI, while Bridge needs to be taken seriously, as something that is both misguided in its intention and as something that has routinely proven itself to be detrimental in its outcomes, the journalists that end up advocating for Bridge, they can be made to look stupid, rightfully so. And the best part is, you can make them look stupid, not out of malice, not out of any inherent desire to dunk on them or anything, but simply by holding their work up to the standards of their industry, or the standards that their industry proclaims to have, and pointing at the massive gap between the two. Billy Aoki, holy, thank you for the 5 memberships. You are truly the most Footstool of Footstool. Vivian Raj, thank you for the 40 gifted memberships. Absolute legend. I hope everyone who's received a membership, I hope you've been please give a big thank you to Vivian for allowing you to finally use the stepping on emoji and the man emoji. But yeah, Vivian, you are truly groundbreaking. You are breathtaking. Man, I really miss when I miss the days when the way that games would drum up hype were like around events that actually seemed to be like dedicated around like the games themselves rather than just like plugging them, which is why like that particular like Keanu Reeves line is so like iconic. When I think about "You are breathtaking," it's such a nostalgic line because it feels like such a and this is like kind of corny, a little sentimental, but it's like a period in terms of like games development, games advertising, or like not advertising, but just hyping up games in general that seemed so much less cynical than it is nowadays. But yeah, a gentleman and a scholar, you're now conscripted into being a footstool. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoy those emotes. Those emotes. I like them quite a lot. They are very funny. 16 times the detail. Yep. We are all but stepping stools. Clunk, 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 clunk. Get stepped on, get stepped on, get stepped on, get stepped on. It's the time where I could breathe and not choke because of BS in the air. Yeah. Unfortunately. So yeah. Oh, by the way, the whole thing to do with DEI, right? And this is a thing that it sounds like pretty like basic, but this applies equally to your criticisms of it as well as the DEI as a movement can only work if all of the discourse is oriented around identity and not competence. And this both applies to the ideals that they are trying to advocate and the way that they want it to be criticized. Because the thing is, right, and this is the thing that I keep coming down to, ad hominem attacks, the reason why they don't work is because the whole point of DEI is taking control of discourses by framing the entire thing around identity, right? Around the idea that you are something, I am something, and since you are something, you have no right to criticize me because I am something else, right? However, the moment you shift the discussion to being around competence instead, that's where DEI kind of falls apart. And this is why I keep talking about the fact that when you criticize something, you want to criticize the way that it's been put together rather than the person who wrote it, right? So, key thing about DEI, right? You can either acknowledge the fact that they're trying to frame the entire discourse around identity, or you can choose to gloss over, ignore it entirely, and just push past to taking apart how well they've executed what they've tried to do. But it doesn't change either way, right? At the end of the day, DEI is something that is entirely dependent on identity. It cannot function outside of identity. And should you be able to shift the frame of reference, the topic of discussion, around something that isn't identity, DEI will automatically, and DEI and its advocates, will automatically be put on the back foot. Because since DEI does not care about competence, when you criticize it based on competence, it will always fall apart. So, again, like when I criticize these particular like articles, right? The thing is, I know that when they talk about things like Asian representations in video games, the Asian representation in video games, like black representation in video games, like the importance of having like, so and so people voice acting or being artists for or developing video games, they don't actually care about any of that. That's just the easiest thing to write about. And when they end up writing about this kind of stuff, right? If they end up like, in the case of the IGN Black Myth Wukong article, right? If they go out of their way to mistranslate, misinterpret, misrepresent someone in the pursuit of that story, they've committed a cardinal sin when it comes to the way that you're supposed to write journalism. And if you go after them for that, they don't have a defense because they weren't planning on you going after them for that. So when you criticize this kind of stuff, that's what I want you to be able to do. That's why I give you these words. Nathaniel Havlik, i.e. Secret Service leader did a crappy job instead of she's a diversity hire. Exactly. That's a great example. So again, a lot of the criticism around the whole Secret Service agents failing to protect Trump, right? You don't need to talk about like diversity hiring or the fact that like, there was a woman in the security detail. Because like no one with a brain will care about that the most. What they will care about the most is that somehow a lone shooter got onto a roof that was supposed to be part of the security like zone, I suppose, with people seeing that he was there beforehand, didn't stop him, and managed to get off multiple shots before someone put a bullet in his head. That is what people should be concentrating on. The issues, the blatant issues of competency. Right? And the moment you start talking about that, any possible argument that they might have revolving around needing to call you a sexist, a bigot, a racist, whatever, right? It doesn't matter what it is. They can no longer call you names because you're not talking about identity. You're talking about competence. What was done, what wasn't done, what failures are present in the way something was executed. So yeah. Asian representation doesn't work anyway, since it's always Chinese, Japanese, Korean when you want it to be spicy Vietnamese. Yeah, exactly. So again, the thing is with America, right? This is something your media loves to do, where they want to give the idea that they are like racially diverse without being like I misspoke. They want to give the idea, the impression that they advocate for cultural diversity, where the only thing they advocate for is racial diversity. And race, like I said before, is a pretty stupid and redundant concept. Because technically, like I said, someone from China and someone from Japan are going to be referred to as being part of the same race, because both of them are, quote, Asian, right? And when you phrase it like that, you can kind of see why it's a really stupid thing to say. Both are true, but only one strikes the heart that matter. Yeah. And again, when it comes to discussing these things, right, you do need to be able to focus a bit more on the competence thing than on the identity thing. I forget Bali, yeah. Didn't the chief of the SS give an excuse that yeah, I saw that. This is something along the lines of, the roof was sloped so we couldn't put someone on there, which is pure horse shit, right? That is a very glaring issue that a lot of people would probably, justifiably, I think a lot of people could just talk about that, right? And also, it also comes down to the way that people are responding to the whole assassination attempt, right? A lot of people were too focused on left or right or blue or red and whatever, right? But instead, just if you really condense it down to just someone wishing for an assassination to be successful, that's fucked up regardless of who you are or what your identity is. So like, you know, the by far the worst cultural impact of DEI has been this obsession with groupthink and you know, viewing everything through the lens of identity, because of how little the traits that they use to separate identity or to classify identities have to do with actually being a human being, like actually being a person. Because at the end of the day, right, you are who you are not because of the shade of your skin or the length of your schlong. It's because you have gone through experiences, right? Memories, traumas, like, you know, dreams, etc., etc. And none of those things can be encapsulated in identity because you can't tell any of that by just looking at a person. So this is the kind of stuff that, like, because DI focuses on diversity of appearance instead of diversity of thought, that is one of the greatest flaws in terms of, like, proclaiming that diversity is ultimately good for society when it's implemented in that manner. It all started when the Chinese sang. So are you Chinese or Japanese? Hank Hill, probably. Yeah. The roof they put the snipers on was more sloped. Yep. That's why everyone, like, again, the fact that news organizations, right, are presenting that quote and that, you know, the quote unquote commentary segments are not at all pointing out how blatantly false that statement is, right? Or at least the ones that are very obviously aligned with Trump politically, whereas the ones that very conspicuously aren't are aligned with Biden, right? It feeds into the whole polarization problem where the public no longer believes that, you know, the news operates on something other than an agenda, and a very explicit agenda, right? Yeah, 1984 was supposed to be a warning, not an instruction manual. Oh, yeah. We are not personality because of the color of our skin. Exactly. Even though, like I said, right? Corporations that adopt hiring practices based on race, if they actually were to try and break down race into what it's supposed to mean, right? If they actually try to break down race into being like, okay, let's say, for example, I want to hire an Asian to voice in this role, right? Okay. Why do you want an Asian? Do you want a Korean? Do you want an Indonesian? Do you want a Thai? Do you want a Japanese person? Do you want, like, again, like, all of these different cultures, all of whom are vastly different, even though they all come under the umbrella of Asian. And you are as a corporation, you're telling me that all of them are, like, equivalent to one another? Are you serious? This is why I find any sort of, like, this is why I keep saying, right? Race only works as a concept if you are using it in a social and or informal setting. It doesn't work when you try to formalize it into policy. Because when the moment you try to, you know, okay, let's say you try to, like, bake it into policy, if you're pursuing genuine diversity, it's so specific that it becomes redundant to just refer to it as race. And if you decide that, okay, if you actually reconcile yourself with the reality of what you're asking for, which is just physical traits, right? The most superficial of indicators that you belong to a certain quote-unquote race, then you kind of have to admit that you're just being racist at that point, right? You're not hiring someone because they have skills, because they have a cultural background. You're just hiring someone because of how they look, or how they sound, or what they eat. That's pretty much it. Well, of course they're equivalent. That's why all of C falls under Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. I find it, like, kind of... I understand why some people in that particular area of the world feel left out when people list off, like, Asian, like, regions, and they always seem to forget that, like, you know, Vietnamese, Indonesian, Filipinos, like, Timorese, etc., are, like, classed under that umbrella. And by the way, like, just another point as to why race is such a stupid umbrella to put people under, right? Like, you know, American Indians, right? Technically, they would fall in the same category as, like, someone from, like, India. And, like, when you talk about, like, Cambodian people, technically, most people would class them as, like, Asian, right? Even though, like, again, completely separate, like, part of the world from, like, you know, a completely separate part of the world, but at the same time, you're supposed to be able to look at someone from Cambodia and someone from China and go, like, yeah, they fit under the same umbrella. That's fine. And again, that's yet another reason why I think the whole, like, why I think racial diversity is such a stupid concept, because there is no such thing as, like, you know, okay, sorry, I shouldn't say that. This is why I think it's so stupid when people equate racial diversity to cultural diversity, because racial diversity is performative and based on a label that has been arbitrarily slapped onto different groups of people under the pretext of assuming that they're all the same. Whereas culture is just that, like, more specific, right? Anyways, Asian American media is basically East Asian only. Yeah, pretty much, right? And again, media can, like, the media, mainstream media, right? Including like Disney and stuff. I don't think they care too much about that. They don't care too much about making those, like, sort of intimate, specific distinctions between different cultures, right? Sure, they want racial diversity. It just means that they want, like, you know, if they were to smash cut their employees next to one another, they won't get one specific, like, one slow gradient in terms of skin tone. I'm assuming that's pretty much it, right? Instead of actually looking at, like, for example, do they have, like, I don't know, like, different cultural backgrounds or whatever. And even then, like, the different cultural backgrounds thing, like, that's unrelated to competence, right? Which should always be prioritized first. Like I said before, right? Like, diversity is a luxury. It should never be, like, it should never be, like, an objective. Before I learned race, Asia is a continent. Yeah. Even indigenous American nations are very different from each other. Like Cree, Cherokee, Lakota aren't very similar. Yeah, exactly. But again, because of the way that race as a label works, right? When you're trying to use it, especially in, like, a corporate setting, or when you're trying to bake it into policy, it doesn't have the ability to acknowledge that nuance. Which is why, like I said, race is a racist concept when you try to enact it, right? Asia's a big continent, they all are. That's why they're called continents. Yeah, exactly. Funnily enough, I feel like fighting games is the good one example that depicts various countries and their cultures. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I would assume that, like, let's assume that, because normally what happens with, oddly enough, right, even though fighting games are not known for their plot, there is a surprising amount of, like, character and depth that goes into planning out why certain characters are programmed with their certain set of moves, right? Because that requires knowledge of who your character is, the background of your character, right? Which is more than just saying their skin is going to be black or white or yellow. And when you have that amount of depth to a character going in, baked into your character, it becomes easier to feel like that character, to project the feeling of authenticity through that character and the way that they're made. So, yeah. Street Fighter and Tekken, exactly. Imagine equating French and English because of skin color. Imagine the wars we'd have. Sure. Imagine every single time England and France went to war, all for the sake of what? Now both of them are white, and nobody cares about the difference. That's the thing, right? DEI is an equity policy funded and run by people with racist views. Exactly. Like, this is why I keep saying, right? You take any article that is written by, like, a DEI expert, and you actually look at what the article is saying, how it's written, and what the headline is. Don't care about the person who wrote it. They are irrelevant. Actually read the article, and it starts to become very obvious how racist those articles tend to be, right? Imagine just saying, oh, I wonder if Trump being shot will make more black voters identify with him. Like, if anyone said that, right, you would instantly, upon hearing or seeing that, be able to go, okay, what the fuck? That is, you're just being racist. And the fact that it's a black person writing it doesn't make it any less racist. Doesn't make it any less stupid. In fact, it was so stupid that Forbes ended up removing the article. You can now only read it on archives. But yeah. This is why I never understood the whole, like, That's yet another reason as to why racial diversity is like so dumb to me. Because yeah, sure, you might get diversity, but you don't actually convey the message that it's good in any way. Because what tends to happen is that the racist ideals are still there. The racist ideas, ideologies, whatever, are still there. It's just that now they're being spouted by people who are apparently belonging to the race that it condemns, so it's fine. So it just never, like, I never understood that. Blade, thank you for the 20. Sorry for being late. We're going to go to sleep, but this is TLDR. As far as I know of game journalists, they have no experience on games professionally. While we play games on a daily basis, like, they don't know how fun it was in a game. Yeah, exactly. So the problem with a lot of games journalism is, like, again, this is a problem that starts all the way in university, right? Because there are a surprising amount of articles that are written, articles and studies that are written about games, right? Games, gaming, etc. However, again, this is part of the problem with academia, where they can never... The fun factor of a game is not the central concern most of the time. It's mostly trying to talk about the game through the lens of an ideology or a social movement or something, anything other than how the game feels to play. And as a result, because this becomes the norm when you're still in university, when you graduate, when you start writing these articles, it doesn't surprise me that a lot of these game journalists tend to fall into the same thought patterns. When they also, like you said, they don't focus on how fun it is to play a game. They focus on looking at the game as a product of an ideology or a convergence point between, like, a social agenda or a cultural battleground or whatever. And games can be these things. Games can be all of these things at once. But if you only look at a game through that viewpoint, you are never going to be able to make something that is relevant to your core audience, who are just people who want to know if it is worth their time to buy and or play that game. Oh, sorry, I should phrase it the other way around. Play and or buy that game. The hip-hop track for Yasuke was so obviously racist. Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine telling someone, oh, I put a conspicuously black character in a game set in feudal Japan, and my theme song for that black character is going to be hip-hop. Anyone with half a brain will tell you that sounds really stereotypical. But for some reason, it's supposed to be okay in a game that, from a studio that was trying to market the game based on cultural sensitivity. And by the way, again, the fact that Yasuke is black is not the problem. The fact that Ubisoft is expecting all of us to believe that they are making Yasuke black for no reason other than they are trying to be historically accurate, when they have proven through pretty much every other aspect of the games, and so far they've shown it to the public, they don't care about historical accuracy, and they don't care about the culture that is being depicted in that game, which is Japanese. You don't steal assets from a historical reenactment group, insert them into your game without permission, rip off Zoro's sword as an asset as well, refuse to acknowledge the questionable historicity of the main character of your game, while all claiming that it's all historical, and still say, oh, I'm doing this because I care about the culture. Come on. By far the most insulting part of all of this is the idea that these studios will assume that their audiences are stupid enough not to question that. But yeah. Oh, they did that? Yeah, they did. It's kind of crazy. Feudal Japan, then they drop a hip-hop track. Yeah. Didn't know they ripped Zoro's sword? Yeah. Apparently they did. If they are historical fantasy, it would have been better for them. Yeah. The problem is, right? Again, all of this stems from dishonest marketing. Corporations feel the need to express that they care about movements that they don't actually do. They care about cultures they actually don't, etc., right? It's why every company will change their profile pic on Twitter to something rainbow themed while still having branches or operating in for example, Saudi Arabia or something like that, right? And it's it's all performative. And the problem is when both the corporations that are doing this and the journalists that are supposed to be monitoring and calling them out both end up telling the public that they are supposed to take it seriously as well. That is where the disconnect happens, and that is where things tend to fall apart. Because again, ideally, what would happen is Ubisoft will say, we are doing this because we care about historical accuracy and we have great respect for both black people and the culture of Japan. Then a games journalist will come along, notice that all of these things that they're doing are inconsistent with that message, and point that out in an article written for their readers. That is the ideal scenario. That is not what has happened. So, again, this is part of why games journalism is both sorely missed and never existed. It is kind of a stillborn industry. The token gestures are infuriating. Yeah, I'd rather they straight up just say, don't give a fuck. Exactly, right? They sent some collector boxes with basically gibberish Japanese. Yeah, exactly. And that's not something you do if you actually care about the culture that you claim to care about. Okay, actually, I want to show you... Actually, hold on. Let me switch over to the abduction screen for a second. Let me see if I can pull up an article written by IGN, a relatively recent one, about Assassin's Creed Shadows that I think does have some points that are worth pointing out. And this is an element of cultural representation that I think might be worth touching on, but was executed quite poorly, all things considered. Let me see if I can find it. Assassin's Creed Shadows IGN. Okay, yeah, this one. Okay, so let me switch back and change the dimensions a little bit. Okay, so basically the headline for this article, oh, you can't really see it because it's kind of zoomed in, but I'll read it out to you guys. Let's not pretend we're mad at the new Assassin's Creed Shadows samurai isn't Asian. And a lot of people on Twitter looked at that headline and basically automatically said, okay, this is a really stupid article because, you know, it's basically just justifying the existence of Yasuke as a protagonist, etc., etc. And again, that is kind of like the bait, right? That's not really what this article is talking about. Essentially, what this article was arguing is that if you want real Asian representation, you want to break out of the niche of like only having samurais in your games, right? And it's basically saying that like Assassin's Creed Shadows does not help with Asian representation because of the fact that it is yet another samurai story. Now, that point in isolation is valid, but it is like, again, it's the fact that it's tied to Assassin's Creed Shadows, which IGN itself as a publication has fed into creating, like, you know, has like turned it into a discourse around the historicity of it rather than like, you know, the whatever like whatever representation is to be found in this game. That really hurts the ability of people to read this article in good faith or read it critically and understand what it's actually trying to say, right? Because I think if you're trying to say that, like, you know, you need more forms of Asian representation than just ninjas and samurai, okay, yeah, I can get behind that message. But the problem is when people read this article, because of the way that IGN has Pavloved them into reacting, people's knee-jerk reaction automatically tends to be, oh, this is just another piece dismissing people's concerns that, you know, Yasuke is a figure whose historicity has been like falsely shoehorned into a narrative to sell a game, right? So, again, this article, I think it does have like decent points that are worth talking about, but people aren't receptive because of the environment that IGN themselves has fostered. And this is part of the reason why I keep coming back to this point. Games journalism needs to set that standard for itself, or like it's so important that it doesn't lose touch with its readership. Because once this environment exists, once readers' default reaction to headlines, to articles is cynicism and disbelief, then you get into messy things to do with like this. Tinkling, thank you for the 2. Reminds me of those Chinese core tattoos. Yeah. Yeah, and as such, readers will skip over it solely due to the headline. Exactly. So again, It's for the average person, right? Especially the average Twitter user. It is really difficult to force yourself to click on a link to an article and read it past the headline. And the fact that journalism has kind of leaned into that as well isn't helping. Like, headline culture is really bad on the internet. And again, this is why lazy race discourse is so harmful, because it gets in the way of actual coherent arguments like this one, right? Or at least like some of the arguments that are being raised in this article. I don't agree with everything that this article says, but I understand where they're coming from with the whole Asian representation is more than just samurai and ninjas thing. Tickle, thank you for the 5. How about play games made by Asian people? There's games being made not by just Japanese and Chinese, but other places too. Go cover those games, IGN. Yeah. The problem is, like, what tends to happen is IGN or like any major game publication will do this thing where they will only center their coverage, for the most part, around major titles or titles made by bigger like corporations. But then their coverage will be the laziest coverage possible, which will disincentivize readers from reading their stuff, which will disincentivize them from covering more niche stuff because their readership is already small. So why would they want to slash it even further, which then exacerbates the problem? And again, a lot of this comes down to really harmful cycles, right? Perpetual looping, like, perpetual feedback loops of disengagement and bad practice. And this is why journalism as a whole is, like, in my opinion, why it's been going through a little bit of a death throw for like the past 2 decades or so. But yeah. Making Yasuke a samurai is a slap to the face of the people, telling them they can't do anything without the luxury of having social status. I mean, again, if you wanted to make Yasuke like black, that's fine, right? I will still look at it and think that is something that only an American games corporation would do, right? But I can still accept it. Just don't try to claim that it's historically accurate while you do it. Or don't claim that you're doing so because you care about cultural diversity. Because that is very obviously not what is going on here. Because caring about cultural diversity requires caring about multiple different cultures. And Ubisoft has by now proven that they do not care about Japanese culture. Yeah, other Asian games like Limbus Company. I've been watching a few Hime Mia Rie VODs of her playing Limbus. It's quite interesting. Very, very tism-inducing game. But yeah. Ubisoft is Canadian? Okay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think Canada is equally as like brain damaged when it comes to that kind of lazy race discourse as America. Like, maybe not as loudly as America, but definitely like same. And yeah. I don't think people would have cared if they didn't try to use historical accuracy. I do think people would have kicked up a fuss. The problem with Twitter is that it amplifies all of the niche voices that are on there, and some of the niche voices will be unironically racist, who will like give a game shit just because it has a black protagonist, right? And again, there will be those people kicking up some sort of a stir about it. But again, you don't need to. You don't need to cater to those voices. You don't need to cover those voices. You don't need to write all of your feedback, your coverage, your views, whatever, based off of that niche extremist, that extremist niche. I thought Ubi was French. I guess they were French-Canadian. I have people telling me that they're Canadian. Honestly, I don't know, but like... maybe I'm being biased, but instantly assuming that lazy race discourse means that they must be American or Canadian. But yeah. Ubisoft is French. That particular studio is from Montreal. Oh, okay. Huh. I was wrong. Headquartered in France. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I made a mistake there. Having Yasuke is fine, but just too many disingenuous things surrounding AC Shadows. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because when you... Okay, if you're going to market something off of like your audience trusting you that you have good intentions, you kind of have to like do things to make sure that goodwill remains intact. When you do too many shifty things, that's when that trust kind of falls apart, right? So yeah, Canadian media is just the same as American media. For what I've seen, yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Yeah. Racist object? Oh. Yeah. America, Canada, French, all the same, right? They're all the same place. The hell? All right. This time we're going to switch over to the abduction screen properly. And I think I might end the stream here. There are a few collabs, possible future collabs that I am working on. And I'm also keeping my eye on a few possible topics for next week's stream. So a lot of you guys in the previous poll voted on, what was it? Why you should never engage with social issues on social platforms. However, recently there's been a lot of stuff coming up around YouTube with their weird enforcement, both demonetizing, blanket banning creators, VTubers, off of their site with seemingly no reason or connection in between like their actual policies and what's been happening. So I'm going to be putting up another poll after this stream to determine which of those two topics you seem to be more interested in, because I definitely do think that the whole like YouTube being disingenuous with why it's enforcing its policies the way it is worth covering. But again, polls going up later. There are going to be collabs coming up later this month, hopefully, if everything goes smoothly, everything goes to plan. And I still need to have the chill fanfic stream, which I announced last month, but put off to this one. So, we have all those things to look forward to. I will be scheduling them in due time. But for now, let me just see who else is live at the moment. Oh, Blade, thank you for the 20. I'm down with AC Shadows. The idea of assassin in Japan would be like the origins of the evolution of ninjas. Like one similar to Ghost of Tsushima. The other one is Shinobi with lewd tactics. Yeah, and again, those are all aspects of like cultural diversity, or like, you know, the more idiosyncratic, specific aspects of Japanese culture that Ubisoft probably doesn't care about. So they'll just settle for like racial diversity instead of cultural diversity. Let me see. Oh, Sayu's live doing the just chatting with Mako Fukushima. All right, that looks like as good a place as any to send you off on. Hag love. Okay, so let me just lock that in for the live redirect. All right. It has been saved. Now, footstools, backseaters, all of you. Make sure to behave when you land in Sayu's chat. I hope you have a good time over there. I will be going over there myself in a second. And I hope this stream has been worth your while. I hope you've learned something useful to you, and that you're more equipped to properly critique awful journalism. But anyways, I will see you next week. Keep your eye on my community tab, like, subscribe, etc., all that stuff. And more stuff to be coming soon. O2 Chair.